Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully the music is good. Let me make sure your mic is working. Speak. Yes. Good. Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to stream. Hi, Zoro. How you doing? So, should I be louder? How would you be louder in chat? That's the thing I don't know.
Somehow just be louder.
So, today stream is going to be a little bit different to what we've had in the past. More exclamation marks? I guess that would work. Yeah, so stream today is going to be a little bit different to what we normally do. It's not going to be a proper, like, session.
You know, I think I know how he can be louder. You know, using his bits and like doing
text-to-speech. he exceeds the chat like silent threshold. Make sure he wants to be heard, you know. I guess that works too. Lots of exclamation marks definitely adds to it. Yes, so this stream today, it is in the TRPG category because we are going to be talking purely about TRPG. Difference is, it's not going to be like a proper session. Is there even text-to-speech? Yes. Donations and I believe the bits get read out as well. Read out. So, yes, that is a thing. Yeah, so today is gonna be talking about season 1 of NQRA. Basically how NQRA came to be what it is. How my system sort of really got started. Which is mostly thanks to Earn unwillingly letting himself in to my server.
Unwillingly? No, I was fully.
I was the unwilling party. And basically forcing me to fix a lot of things that I didn't know need fixing. Or things I was like, I'll just leave that empty in general. That gives people freedom, not knowing that freedom was the thing that was basically screwing me over. And the progress that Lyon made in the system, in the story, the world itself, it's crazy. It's generally a really good story, a crazy story. Okay, we need to stop this donation thing, Stream Elements. Like, seriously, dude.
What's going on?
As much as that donation button is tempting, I have to resist the urge to donate so I can scream using TTS.
Stop it. Do it. Do it. You can do it.
I'm trying to play the music that I played way back in first season. I was purely royalty-free music. Because my whole plan was just to upload, like, the recording straight to YouTube, and I was going to edit them out and this and that. I never got that far. Don't donate. Keep the money for the new house. I'm on your side. So, yeah, the music that we'll be listening to today will be mostly music that I used during season 1 when I was doing everything myself. I didn't have Earn to help out with the music stuff until, like, after we'd sort of got comfortable having you as a player in my system.
So it's finally accepted.
Yeah, it'll be interesting going back down, like, memory lane back to, like, 2021, 2022. The new house is almost finished, so I can financially be irresponsible soon.
Nice.
I guess that's good. But yeah, so it'll be interesting. It's gonna be a lot more of a podcasty kind of stream than it is anything else. I found some of my old notes for season 1. And Discord still has like Leon's story and all sorts of stuff. You have multiple like different stories and stuff here, which is interesting. I didn't realize you had one for Leon's story, and then you have another one that you had the journal, and then there's the messages, and then there's the whole thing for wives, and then
it's been a while.
It has. It definitely has. So yeah, how do we get started on this? Do you want to like introduce Leon's character, like what he was, what he has?
Well, like you could probably start with explaining what NQRA is, but
I feel like if people are tuning in, they kind of know what NQRA is.
But yeah, all right. If that's the case, then let me just do what I did as like greetings Leon back in the days. Like, hello, my name is Ernest Wolfman, and I'll be playing a ruin hunter called Leon, Amadeus Leon Maxwell. A ruin hunter whose entire thing is about preserving history and learning more about it. That's what he is. But yeah, back then, the idea for Leon was very, very much that, very much simple and straight to the point of he likes delving into ruins, into dungeons, into abandoned places to gather artifacts of old, whether that be magical or not, whether it be just random letters or even just anything from history. That's what he wanted to do, that's what he was good at, that's what he trained in, and that's what he kept doing up to the final moments of his life. Well, up to the final moments of like me as a player, as Lee. Of course, after that, it's all different. But yeah, that's what Leon was. His full name, Amadeus Leon Maxwell. He was a human when he started off, a human with partially celestial like family. So at the end of it all, like he still had some celestial, but he didn't really have enough of that in his blood to be considered a celestial. Simply because his father married a celestial woman that, well, wasn't really fully celestial herself. Yeah, how do I go about introducing Leon? Because how do I go about seeing?
Like, if we think of it being out of character, right? So, Amadeus Leon Maxwell was basically human. The celestial part was not noteworthy on character sheet, was not noteworthy in
Anything
magic or anything of the sort. It was purely like, we didn't find that out until later.
No, we did. The reason why you allowed him to come from the celestial kingdom is that he needed that little traces of like celestial blood in him.
Yeah.
Because at the time when I made Leon, no one could really. No one had tried to make a character celestial, did they?
No.
And nobody tried to come from the celestial kingdom or even the FOC.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was one of the things that we had to kind of improvise during the time. Like again, back then the system wasn't as complete as it is now.
It was very general. There was lots of like, we've got to fit things between the lines so that it would sort of make sense. Hi, Red Traveler.
Hey, Red Traveler.
So this is the other thing, right? So I didn't have anything close to Ruin Hunter or like Adventurer. This is
even a dungeon for that matter.
Yeah, look. The system was literally just to have fun, explore with sort of, there's no sort of adventuring guild, there's no kind of protection of any kind for certain things. Like, it's literally just your people in this world. That was it.
There's a world, you have a dice, go for it.
Yeah, literally, it was very, very open.
The idea of classes were also, like,
yeah, well,
almost
like,
non-existent, really.
I had, like, not even 10 classes, I'm pretty sure. So Leon was actually classed as a ninja. Because that was
No. His first class before that was Hunter. But it was like the class that you made that laid out traps and had something. But then partway through, he changed from hunter to ninja because ninja had the ability to see in the dark. That's it. That was his only reasoning.
God, it's like been so long. So that changed. The hobby that he had was Ruin Hunter, which, like, a lot of the character sheet from then still stays the same as now, but it's a little bit more solidified, I guess you could say. Leon is a ninja is kinda. Well, that's the thing. He was meant to be a Ruin Hunter, but Ruin Hunter wasn't an option then. Hunter wasn't even like the best option. It was just like the term that matched. A lot of the other stuff was relatively the same. Stats and damage and weapons were different things altogether than what they are now. Which was actually thanks to Icaria mainly.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But we'll get to Icaria later on.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure at some point we'll have not much to talk about Leon, and we'll move on to like different characters.
Yeah. I'm like, look, willing to go into character here and there so we get a bit of a taste of the interaction between Ern's characters and some of the NPCs that are associated with those characters. Because
his main stat even charisma? No, back then seasons didn't even have like.
I still don't have charisma.
She didn't properly even have proper like reasonings as to what like stats she had.
That's okay, Zoro. Just enjoy your tea, yeah? And then have a good sleep.
She had vitality as a form of HP because that's what Nkiwabi was. Wisdom as a form of mana. Because
I made my stats. I didn't understand. I was too embarrassed to ask Ern how he did his stats in his system because it was going through a massive overhaul at the time as well. And so I looked at it and went, I think I figured it out. Then got to where it is for NQRA now and went, I'll take that's too many numbers. I'm just gonna take what I've got and use that and simplify the fuck out of it. And it seemed to work. But the problem that came with that is I realized soon that me making enemies have character sheets that followed the same structure made them extremely weak against players. So I was like, okay, now I have to think of basically random numbers to give enemies like HP so they don't just die in one hit. Because the damage system, the combat system, it was not overpowered, but it wasn't right. It just wasn't right.
It was just 1-to-1. That was like a massive problem. When you're trying to do stat blocks and all that, it's very difficult to have an enemy that has the same kind of stat blocks as a player, right? Because then you gotta go about balancing the issues out. But at the times, they usually have more HP or more damage.
Well, they have armor. I didn't have armor. That was before I had armor.
She didn't even have armor.
Armor wasn't even an option. It was just
weapon.
You gotta tank it.
Yeah, you can do damage and you can do damage.
I didn't even have defensive actions.
No.
It was I had the players describe what they did in combat, and then we'd figure out what was justifiable and logical for that time, for that period.
But yeah, going back at it, right? Thinking about it, a lot of the thing I am surprised I even managed to play your system with how incomplete it was. But then again, at the time, it was my first time being a player in over 10 years. I think that was the only reason that I managed to stay for the system. But your storytelling and the way that we worked out together on the story of Leon was also just something refreshing. I will say this, Leon, Amadeus Leon Maxwell, this wasn't the first time I tried to play him in a system.
Yeah, that's true. Tell about what happened to what the other DMs did to your character.
So I had 4 different DMs that like I played with over the years. The first one literally just killed off Leon within the first 3 sessions. For no real apparent reason to me and for the other players. Because much like the current Leon, he was I made him a rogue, but I didn't understand what a rogue like main stat was. So I played with a lot of charisma stuff because he was supposed to be this cunning, dashing rogue rather than like a normal like stealthy rogue. He would be the distraction, the basically he would be the eye of the party. Yeah, so that's what he was. But the problem comes with like the fact that I, as a person, can be very convincing when I give you reasons because I don't always base off like want to do something because it looks cool only. I go off of this is reasonable, this is logical for a human. For a human, this is something that is possible within the fantasy realm, and I give you the reasonings behind it. And I think the DM just got really sick and tired of me being able to give them like a proper reasoning for stuff. Yeah,
Like, I understand, like, how it is, like, it can be a bit annoying. It was a little bit annoying for me when you kept doing that, but at the same time, I'm a logical person, so then I'd be like, that's fair, I just don't want to change it.
yeah. And I did that. Not because I was trying to make the job hard for the DM. I'm trying to give the DM a reason as to why I could do it. Always within the realm. And if he said no, I would back off. Because like the DM, at the end of the day, the DM has a say in whether or not that would work. And one day, Lyon was just killed by a falling trap. No deck save, no nothing. He
Seriously?
said, yeah, he said it was because you failed your like passive perception check, which my perception wasn't really high. It was like a +1 at most. And he set the DC to be 14, which didn't make sense because it was the only like there's no shot there. It wasn't so obvious because there's a massive set of boulders strung up the roof, and there was a trap. That's it. To me, it didn't make sense. With the other players, it didn't make sense. Found out that the DM just didn't like the fact that me and another player had good chemistry.
Jealousy. That's what that was.
Yeah, jealousy because she and I got our characters got along really really well because I was the charming rogue and she was the naive wizard that just got out of a tower, and so she's gullible and he's charming. Good combination usually, you know. So yeah.
That's
So
fucked.
yeah, so that ended, and that very same DM not long afterwards, like basically disappeared. Yeah, he was jealous. I'm pretty sure that seemed like it, but he just disappeared. So the wizard character, the female player, said like, well, I can DM because you know I've been a DM and I've been a player, so I can DM for all of you guys. So we went and did that. We again I made Leon. We basically made our own characters from that same play run on a different story.
Yeah.
And we went about doing this and that. Everything was fine, but like throughout the entire thing, it was very clear that she wanted Leon. The DM wanted Leon.
Like, wanted
Leon.
Like his wives wanted Leon?
Yeah, just like how his wife wanted Leon kind of situation. Because she would always, any encounter that I would have would always end up being a woman. Always.
In my defense, it was a roll of the dice. It wasn't me. You guys have experienced it in chat with the gotcha system.
The thing was, like honestly, I didn't mind it at all, genuinely, right? But the ending of it didn't really fit like how I wanted. So it just ended up being like, oh yeah, no, that was a good like throughout the entire time. I enjoyed my time playing with it. Don't get me wrong, our party had a blast. But it wasn't the ending that I wanted with Leon, which was he got married to some princess who had an archaeological ruins in the backyard, basically.
Leon was the Rizzler.
Leon was.
Yeah, he was. Considering it's happened multiple different stories.
Yeah. So the next part, Leon wasn't even a ruin hunter. The next time I played Leon, that was when I got banned as being an artificer and being a necromancer. Because
that's a different story entirely. just fucking abusing the system.
It wasn't. It was like the DMs believed in the rule of cool, and the rule of like that makes sense. I will allow that, and it got pretty, pretty out of hand, pretty quick. So he was still charming, just wasn't a rogue. That's about it. Charming as me. Damn, that confidence.
Zori's trying to get that title, you know.
You can have it. I don't need it.
What the-
God, that title is much more like problems than
Wasn't
you
there
think.
one of the Leon stories where they just shoved him straight up into godhood or some shit?
No, it wasn't that.
Wait, it was something like that.
Yeah. Then after we'll talk about the banning on necromancer and artificer on me for a different time. But like yeah. Leon, the next time I played Leon, it was a really abrupt like ending. A lot of the party members got turned to gods or priests and all that by the end of it, and the DM kind of made us into this order of something, and Leon was a paragon for it, and it didn't sit well with me because Leon was never like religious. None of the characters were ever religious nor wanted anything like this, but the DM kind of forced it into that, and like, again, another bad ending for that kind of situation. Another DM just outright killed them.
Just killed
Well,
him.
yeah, outright killed them during like near the final end of like the story, because he justified it as Leon has become the cornerstone of the party. He needs to die.
The fuck?
That's it. I couldn't say anything about it. I couldn't but why do I need to die? What about the NPC? Someone else? And we had an entire discussion where he just said, for this story, my character needs to die, and I said, if you really want this, I'm not coming back. I'm not playing as a different character.
Yeah, no, that's fucked.
And he tried to keep me playing because he did enjoy, like, yeah. But he was also said in his way like, Leon needs to die for the story to be like good, because no matter what I do, you can throw something back at me. Like, I'm not omnipotent. There's plenty of things that you can do, like where I can't just outright fix it. You have been throwing all the stuff that Leon is capable of fixing. That's why. But we had an argument and all that. At the very least, I was glad he did at least try to communicate with me, talk about it. We even like tried to brainstorm a few days, and I can see why and how Leon is like a very massive bane to his existence as a storyteller, because I made Leon too good at what he did to be like cast off like. So at the end of the day, we at least had a mutual agreement of like, at least let me go out on my terms. This one communicated with me. They communicated with me like for the end. We tried to find ways that would let Leon live, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because he still wanted a particular ending for the story, but that particular ending required Leon not to be there because Leon was too good at history. He was too good at like all of these ancient gadgetry, because he was like, his entire story is about ruin hunting.
Yeah.
And he thought that having a ruin hunter, like a proper person who wants to play a ruin hunter, in a story about dungeons and artifacts and history would go well. It did, until it didn't.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Leon would know enough about everything. Yeah. The abruptness, yeah, it was like abrupt, and it was like shitty, but we ended up having a mutual agreement that okay, if we're gonna end this for you, we'll end it on your terms, and it was probably one of the best endings that I could give Leon at the time.
On that, Zoro, Zoro says that one thing that would have made the new season more interesting for me is if there was an old crew member be part of the new crew. We have tried this before with Ikaria mainly. That was the first time.
Yeah.
The rest of the party felt it was unfair that he had the advantage of
being there before anyone else.
Yeah. Having like, a slightly more predetermined story before the rest of it. So, it became a new rule that number one, I don't let people play old characters.
No, the other rule was you can't make a character from a different system.
You can't make a character from a different system. Yeah. So you can't like carry anyone over. If I know someone has played this in a different system, like D&D or something like that, I say no, that's your D&D character, not your tabletop RPG.
Because we had problems with players like accidentally switching the personalities and the stories of their character because they have the same.
Yes, but then I also had problems with people going, but my character in this system, da 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 da, right? And then I'd be like, but that's not my system. That's that system, not my system. So here they can't do that because it doesn't fit with the way magic works. It doesn't fit because you don't have that weapon, or you don't have that stat, or you know,
like something like that doesn't exist in this world. You know, things like that.
Yeah. So I had to put some things in place that prevent that. And I know it would make it so much more interesting, and it would have been like helpful in some regard, but there is something about everyone starting a new character fresh and everyone having to learn and grow together from the start that it really solidifies the group and there's less conflict, I think.
Yeah. It also helped building up the system because that at the end of the day that was your goal.
Yeah.
To build up your system properly. Because especially since I joined it, you immediately began to see the massive gaping holes between everything.
That's why I didn't want you to.
Yeah, but
my plan was I'm gonna fix the system until it's good enough to be like in proper like beta kind of situation.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna let you in to stress test it because that's what you do is you stress test things. And my god, did you stress test it? It wasn't even a complete game. It was probably, if it was a video game, you wouldn't have been able to play it. You probably would have gone in and looked, oh, look, it's so pretty. And that's it. Nothing would work. Combat doesn't work. Like exploration doesn't work. You can just walk around and it's a pretty little, like, walking simulator.
It's just a sandbox. Yeah. It's a start. Yeah, no, it's a start. Unless it's a character that went through a different system and the player communicates in the style of the character, the system probably had bad top system with another character. Yes, but we did try something similar. I did make a character that I made in Giwabi, which is my system. And then we tried to see, like, okay, if we were to port this into your system, what would it be like, right?
Yeah.
It was very difficult.
It was. We even tried to do that with Silva.
Yeah. And which is funny because technically her system is a derivative from my system. And like some of her system parts I actually took and put into my system.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't go through well.
Yeah, and like which makes me like, oh damn, what if someone tried to port their D&D character, their Pathfinder character?
I had a couple of people. So I have been a DM for other DMs that are like were in your situation, where they are the forever DM and like finally like, holy shit, you're a DM, will you let me play? And I'd say yes, why not, right? I think this was even like after you or possibly some like before. It was a weird mix about the same time all this was happening, and I had people join, and what ended up happening is it was like they didn't like my DM style, but they didn't, because the system didn't make sense to them because they'd only played D&D. They never played tabletop RPG. They played D&D, they played Pathfinder, they played like all of those other like spin-off versions.
They've never tried an incomplete system. That's what that was.
Possibly. They said like they tried to be nice and said, oh, it's nothing about you, but I just don't like how everything
It's
comes down to a role, but like there's
every role that we make was a challenge role, no matter what. And I guess that's the one thing they didn't like, because it could feel that the DM is trying to stop us if we do a lot of it. Or the DM isn't trying enough. Again, like when you have to roll against a DM, it's very difficult to have like a fair experience feel, because just take into consideration my luck and Reta's luck completely different.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I always made it was a roll against me because I always saw myself as playing the NPC. It didn't necessarily put, like, boss battles. It wasn't the DM versus the players. I was on the player's side. But at the same time, I have a duty to give fairness to the enemy. they have a life too. They deserve to say that they tried hard as well.
But in D&D, it doesn't usually end up that way.
No.
Custom is kind of difficult, yeah. There's like so many communications and things to think about. Yeah, no, that's true. But that's half the reason why I love like continuing to improve my system and love it when I see seasons improve upon the system. Yeah, tabletop RPG is just a whole system made from scratch, basically. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, no, like, posture check.
I literally just readjusted in my chair, so good.
So yeah, and then the Lyon, back to that, right?
Yes.
The Lyon before I went into NQRA was with a mutual friend of ours.
Yes. I was a system I was never invited to because they were too embarrassed to have me in there because I was their DM as well.
Yeah. So I didn't even know about that part until like I went into your system. Like, oh, you're here as well as a player? Damn, okay. But that didn't work out too well because it never went past session 2.
Damn.
It was they made it so it's like a casual tabletop thing, but it's text-based thing, and over time we'll like, oh, since everyone had different like schedules and all that, it was difficult to set up a date. They just made it so that you can reply what happens to you during this encounter via text, and it was using, I forgot what system it was. It was a different like proper tabletop system, but it never got past that because everybody got too busy, so nobody replied, and it's just gone. So yeah, that's what happened, and then I came into NQRA, and that's how Lyon came to be again.
What do you mean by that, Zora? I just saw that comment. What?
Because of the lead dancer.
Why a belly dancer?
Funnily enough, there's actually not many people who play dancer in my system. But then again, I don't blame them because my system has too many classes.
So that was the thing. I struggled with your system a lot. So that's why I made so many few things that like lots of big general things that things can be put under, rather than having a completely like set up multiple like choices. And again, that was another issue that people voiced to me was that everything was too general. That there was too many things to choose from, so they couldn't choose.
If you think mine is too much now, their first idea for Giwabi was that you don't have a set class, you choose your starting skills.
I'm so glad I keep convincing you out of that. Like, as cool as it would be, that's way too much work.
Yeah, no, like imagine this, right? The reason why Giwabi came into existence was because I made a game with RPG Maker with all these classes, all these like skills and all that, and I basically just ported it over into a tabletop RPG because it was so much more fun. If I were to continue that, right, in this version of Giwabi, you'd have over 10,000 skills.
That is nuts.
Because each class has at least 7 skills. And then we don't include arts, you don't include spells that you can learn, you don't include like divinity powers given to you by divinity, fucking skill tech, like technology stuff. Like there was so much. Let's not even again forget that each race sometimes had their own specific and unique like spell casting, like the machinas with their circuitry.
Dude, we don't need to go into this.
Yeah. So you'd had over 10,000 skills you can choose from that you could start off with, and then as you rank up, you choose one of the 10,000 skills again. Yeah, no, it wasn't gonna be like, it would have been fun, but man, would have been
for certain people, yes, but like
if it was a game, yeah, hell yeah, that would be hell of fun. But for a tabletop RPG, too much choice.
Much. But yeah, so if Ern needs a male belly dancer, I am here.
Zora, I will take you upon.
Man.
Gotta dress like Link when he's going to that the Garuda.
The fuck?
Don't worry about it. Boys will.
Still no. So yes, after the disappointing stories of Leon, he eventually got invited to my server without my permission, and
It was a prank.
just joined in one day. Customers will get a little touchy. Yeah, and then basically we made Leon. Because the entire plan for the NQRA was literally, I have character ideas, everyone else has character ideas, but sometimes the choices that you have to choose from don't fit to reach what you want to reach as a character. So I go, okay, you have to have 2 base skills, and you get 1 random skill. Like if you want to be able to spew out magma lava on request as your special 3rd skill, as something only you can do, I go, yeah, sure, let's do that. I can do that. That's easy.
how her system's
And that's how it works. That's still how it works, but it's a lot more, kind of more restricted now in terms of the boundaries. Which I think, what was your reaction to like learning that that's how my system worked? Did
I
you
found
think
it
I could pull it off?
So the stories of Leon, who's the first? First Leon was killed by boulders that he never saw. Apparently, that was Leon. That was the abrupt end.
Number 1 Leon.
Yeah, that was
Generation
first generation. The best generation of Leon was actually the one where the DM contacted me and said he had to kill Leon off for the story.
That was generation 2?
That was generation 4.
Oh, could we go in order, please?
Oh.
Rookie Leon.
It wasn't even Rookie Leon. That was probably one of the better versions of Leon in terms of what he knew and what he could do. Which made it even worse that he got killed off like. But yeah, so we had Leon who got killed by boulders. First Leon, Leon who got married with a princess with an archaeology thing at the backyard. That's second Leon. Leon who was banned from being a necromancer and artificer.
The boulder must have been the main character.
Yeah, and then Leon that had to be killed off for the story was number 4. Leon that never went past session 2 is that Leon.
Number 5.
Yeah, Leon number 5. And then
this is Leon number 6.
Yeah, Leon number 6.
Apologies. Alright, what do we got? Now we got an isekai anime called I Got Reincarnated as a Boulder and Killed Off the Main Character.
God damn it. Boulder is the isekai chunk for Leon. Wow.
Question about the system. Alright, I'll add it to the list for the questions of the system. Alright, I'm adding the questions that that you're asking into like a little piece of paper here.
Are you trying to fight them? But yeah. The system, does the gods have stats? I mean, those who are not played. Like Blaze or Mikhail.
They don't. Because they are gods. Unless they are gods that people met before they were gods. And then, like, Amelia, for example. who is Usana, the god, the reason, defender of reason,
defender of reason
/ goddess of war. She has a character sheet of her mortal self.
Yep.
It just so happens that her mortal self was also just as terrifying as her god self.
I know. Fucking Lyon couldn't do that.
But like that's the thing though. So it exists if they have been met when they're mortal before they're god. If they are just straight up gods, they don't have stats. Can I take her? No. No one survives.
No, Lyon survived. He survived longer than most. But yeah. Combat.
yes, I was well aware that was in combat.
Look, if you have a thing for Snoosu, maybe.
Fucking terrible. Alright. So, I'll leave the Lyon questions for you to answer in Lyon. Going to, I think it's Rat Traveler's other questions that he posted. How common are mimics in NQRA and can they transform into some sort of humanoid form? Yes. They are not extremely common, but they exist. We found, they found mimic rings, was it?
Yeah. No, they found mimics that dropped rings.
Yeah.
It was that really weird. The mimics were having a nice dinner date on
yeah, down in a dungeon somewhere, and then they got stumbled upon adventurers, and it was like a Romeo and Juliet situation.
It was really odd.
It was.
I don't know why you let it happen. But...
yeah, it was a bit, and I wasn't sure how long the bit was gonna go for. It ended up being like a lot.
An entire like story, like better than Twilight kind of situation.
And then like they ended up like getting killed, and then they dropped rings. Sure, type your question in there, Zora, and I'll answer in a second.
But yeah, so mimics does it.
They do, and have they been in humanoid form? Some of them can be in humanoid form, but they are still mimics.
Technically, you can tell them about the story about the one character I made, the entirety about him being a mimic. And
wait, which one was that?
Remember that because we watched Eve, one of the Eve's like music video. And the How to Devour Life is I think the name of it, and it's the boy who, the princess, the girl who could control mimics, and that character, and she like commanded a mimic to protect her, so it just consumed the human body, take the form of a human, and that he protected. I don't know if you remember him. But I
don't. We didn't go deep into like planning of it, but yeah, it does sound familiar.
But yeah, that should also answer the fact that yes, they can take humanoid.
They can take humanoid form, but they don't act as normal humans. So they might look humanoid. It's that whole thing. It's a mimic. It's not going to act like a human. It's going to act like a mimic. Can mimic abilities go to the level of mimicking a god's abilities? So mimic, they can't copy abilities. They can copy like the physicality of things. Doesn't necessarily mean we have so we have mimics and then we have shapeshifters. The shapeshifters are the ones that can mimic the abilities of things, but they can't even mimic the power of a god or the abilities of a god. Because there is just something about them that doesn't have any divinity. So therefore they can't really, because god magic is a different tier of magic to everything else in NQRA. What does a mimic's true form look like as a mimic? It's kind of like an invisible slime.
I just see a mass of like particles.
It's not something that can really be seen. A chest would take...
It's a form that you can it's a form you can't comprehend.
Yeah.
That's why it comes in the form of a chest first and foremost.
A purple slime then, got it.
Oi.
Yeah, I guess. The next question that was asked was, is there a list made by the guild like a monster encyclopedia?
Actually, yeah.
You guys started to make one, didn't you?
I don't know. I know Fune started like scanning all the enemies and documenting them and see if like they have like that, but that was for his research purposes, right?
I have an enemy database here. No recent messages. We have the Mechimicry Scorpion.
You said that name. I just wrote it down.
Yeah, it's a mimic mech that's a scorpion.
Yeah.
Nothing in Modluna. Quixia has a question mark, poisonous plant.
Yep.
And the ale mug mimic. That's what they were! They were the ale mug mimics.
Yeah, the ale mug mimics that had a je ne sais quoi for je ne sais crack.
Yeah, I don't quite understand how this works. I'm pretty sure that was Lyon?
No, that wasn't. I think that was Fion's group actually. Remember, the only reason their love life got ended so quick is because Fion decided enough of this and fucking electrofield and killed them both of them. And they even in their death they had like, my dear, my love of my life.
They didn't talk. It was just like,
you know, to them they heard each other, but for them all they heard were growling and like moaning.
Yeah, we didn't actually talk. They were like, he just has like a sort of remorseful look on his face.
No, we actually did talk.
Oh, did we?
At the end of it, like, maybe find each other again in the next life. Oh. And then they disappear. That's it.
I wish I could stay to ask more questions, but it's almost 6 a.m. Enjoy the stream. Take care, Zoro. Look, if you have more questions, I can reply to messages after like streams ended. I don't know how long we're streaming for. You might sleep, wake up, and we're still going. There's a chance, all right?
There's a chance. Yeah.
But yes, there is one, but it's reliant on the players putting in the enemies.
Yeah.
Which people don't do.
But in lore wise, yes, the
NQRA, there would be.
Yeah.
Like there isn't. Think of it like the Chaos Portal
anomaly.
That's the word. They have a list of possible types that can arise, but it's still constantly being, improved and updated. So in terms of stats for Lyon, he was 23 years old as a human to start with.
Yeah, when he started, he was 23, a male human from the Celestial Kingdom who followed the Death Keeper.
Yeah.
That's how he started as.
If I wake up and find you still streaming, I will fly to Australia, drive to your house, and go yelling you to rest. Dude, it's only like midday for me, okay? I got plenty of time.
Damn, that means he's already got your address.
I don't want to think. I hope he doesn't.
But yeah, that's how he started off. As he was a hunter at first, but then it changed to ninja because it made more sense.
Press X to doubt the fuck.
So yeah, and over time his abilities grew real fucking quick.
Rat Traveler, oi.
Let's see. What was his abilities? His abilities, if we don't include the ninja classes, like
before that, his main stat was vitality. That was the stat that he had highest in.
No, it was agility.
Agility?
Like what he started off with as his highest, it was his agility and wisdom was his highest. And then he had pretty average like scores in vitality, strength, and intelligence. Like it was pretty average, right? But then at some point I needed more health for Lyon because clearly no one else can do anything for him. So he just needed a bit more tankiness, but he always did put points in agility. So by the end of it all, he had 41 agility and 33 vitality, while the other stats were like 20 something. Take care, Zoro.
Alright, take care, Zoro. He had a +3 in cooking.
Yeah, right.
So random. Ruin crafts. Yeah, that makes sense. Collector skills. That was the ruin collecting skills.
Yep.
That was, yeah, +3. He had, by the end of it, he had special armor. Very expensive armor.
Yep.
Hypertech armor that gave like extra modifiers to like stealth, acrobatics, insight, and investigation. you want to explain his weapons?
His weapons were unique stuff, right? Stuff in truth. Damn. All right, I see how it is. Didn't help the fact that agility in your world was what like it was like skills.
Stamina and skills, yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
He was very skilled.
By the end of it all, he always used daggers. He never used anything else, except for near the end where he had a pistol. Look, don't get me wrong. Like genuinely, if we're talking about that, yeah, Leon had plenty of stamina. The only one person that I know in like Leon's entire existence that could out stamina him was a goddess.
Yeah, he needs that, says Rat Traveler.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely needs that too.
When we have ad break starting, we will take a bit break. Wait until the ad break finishes and then we'll continue.
But yeah, Leon always used daggers. He had a pistol that he never got to use as a fighting thing, but we found out in like future that lore-wise, he's really bad at aiming to kill. But when it came to using it defensively, he was really good. Like he would shoot that like arrows on like
out of the air and all that shit.
Or if there was like a chain weapon coming at him, he'll shoot the chain to move it like just out of reach of him. Like he was really good at using his pistol as a defensive measure. But anything else, no, not at all. Yeah, he literally carried the pistol.
That's it. Like he had a specialized pistol that he got, and that was literally all it was for. But yeah, his skills. I'm pretty sure they were the same as the ones I got. Yeah.
So the skills that he had, like if we ignore his like ninja stuff, which basically made him go into camouflage and then
allow him to see in the darkness.
Yeah, allow him to see in the dark. He had dual dagger attack, which he strikes twice with the weapon with his dagger. He had collector's eye, the thing that made him a ruin hunter in the first place, that allowed him to appraise an artifact or an item for like
because it was specifically, remember I made these real general, analyze a thing to see if it contains value or magical properties using your prior knowledge.
Yeah. And man, was that an eye opener when he used it on an NPC. The one time he used it on an NPC, never again.
It scarred him for life.
Yeah.
He was a father at that point, so like.
Yeah, he just turned to a father at that point. It was a massive thing. Ugh, it was terrible for him.
Yeah.
So yeah, what? Oh yeah, so his collector's eye, it allowed him to appraise anything.
It's an appraisal skill.
It's an appraisal skill, basically.
It's mainly
identify
for, like,
item.
When he's like in the ruins, he could pick up something and go, oh, is this valuable? Is this like historically significant? Like he picked up a note and a feather, and then found out like, oh, this is back from the time of the giants. Like this is crazy. Like this is unknown kind of situation. But because it's so general, it just says analyze a thing. It doesn't stipulate if it's an item, if it's a person, if it's a magical ball. Like it doesn't say.
It doesn't say anything. He could literally look at anything and appraise it. And he used that to help Talus secure basically his saving of Billy.
Yeah.
And no one knew about this. He never told anyone about that assassination. The only people that knew were Rico, Ellie, and Zilph.
Yeah.
I feel like not even Gid knows about it, but he knows he has done some form of assassination that... Yeah.
Yeah, but he used collector's eye on a child.
Because at the time it was a dire circumstance that he needed. At the end of the day, right? Leon was made to be, if you are a good friend of mine, I will do everything in my power to help you. And that's what he did.
Yeah.
Does he have regrets? No, but does he?
It doesn't haunt him? Yes.
No, it does haunt him. It haunts him to his dying breath.
Alright, we're on ad break. Ratchala has put in some couple more questions into the thread, so we have a couple more questions. That.
Alright.
But yeah. I can cross that off for Leon's question. Yeah, there's a Leon question. So you're happy to answer them in character?
Yeah.
I'm like, who would be asking these questions?
Well, is this to Leon or to me?
No,
That's
I'm just thinking, like, who would be asking Leon these questions so that he'd answer? Like,
one of the wives.
would it literally be like a Zilva stream situation?
Actually, wait. I don't have an ad anymore.
You don't have an ad anymore? It says 2 minutes left. One of the wives is a streamer.
Well, yeah. So I'm pretty sure, like. So do you want me to answer it and how Leon would answer it?
Like, it's a question for Leon directly, so. What did you used to do to get into character as Leon?
I didn't. I immediately thought.
It's just natural. That sounds terrible. Considering his history.
Excuse you. But yes, did I expect at any point of my life would I have this many wives?
Do you want to wait until the ad break though, so people aren't missing out?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
We still haven't figured out who would be asking the questions.
It'll be someone in chat probably. The one time that Leon sits in Silver Street, like where it's not really her playing a game, or it is her playing a game, but it's at like a level where she needs to, like a puzzle platform or something maybe.
And she's gonna concentrate, and so he's just answering questions in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, that's another thing. We can go into that like sort of thing, because there's plenty of other things we did offline, or rather, joked about offline, and it became a reality.
Yeah, it became canon.
Because it made sense.
It did. We'll leave the Leo. Do you want to do the Leo question? Or do you want to wait in case it's more, and we just continue with the story?
We can answer the question. That should be no problem.
Okay, we'll do. We got like 15 seconds, so. I'm writing down Leon's questions on a piece of paper.
Okay.
It's like a magazine question. My God.
It basically is that's what happened. Chat question, like wait, basically. Might as well be an interview.
That's true. Interview with a vampire. Ads hit me with a 3-minute. Have you got an ad right now, I'm assuming?
Do you have an ad right now, Rat Traveler, or is that already?
Because it says that the ad break is over.
Imagine.
It's just lagged behind like crazy.
That. But yeah. Rat Traveler, you there? Is it actually?
It's actually a 3-minute ad. It's sitting with. Damn, the ad is like finished, dude. Why is it so late for you?
I mean, you said we had an ad. I didn't have an ad. It went for 2 seconds and then disappeared.
You have ad blocker though, right?
No, it doesn't work usually.
Oh.
Because it's in the stream itself, so no, it doesn't really block it.
Oh, yeah. Alright, well, we have an ad. I'm gonna turn on the fan. But...
I wonder if we had other people who could ask. Ad is still going on, I think.
Yeah, well. Do you miss Leon?
Do I miss Leon? Yes. But would I play Leon again? No. Because he's reached an ending where I'm happy. But it's become a core memory. Because for once, he gets a happy ending that he wants.
Like, do I eat my chocolate, or do I just, like, be good and continue to pace myself?
Your choice.
Hey, Leon now has a happy. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm content with not playing Lyon anymore.
All right. So, other question was: Does a human mimic and a shapeshifter ever had a kid? No, I've never thought of that as a possibility until now. I guess stay tuned. Maybe a player will do it some point in the future. Find a shapeshifter, introduce them to a mimic, and we see what happens.
I'll be eating on that. But is there some sort of monster protection program or prevention of extinction of species? Yes. That is definitely in the realm of Ellie and Maya.
100%. Even Dorothy.
Yep. That's why a lot of the more near extinct creatures exist only on Evergreen Island.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's a place that's protected.
So yeah, I guess it's half the reason why the Evergreen Islands also get so much traffic is that people can see these creatures in the
bad.
If it's not that, it's Anfree. The more dangerous ones get put to Evergreen, the more
they're isolated, cut off from the rest of the contingent.
Yeah. While the more safe to handle ones are put in Anfree. Well, safer, I guess. But yeah. Considering things, I guess it's a good time to start answering questions for Leon.
Go for it.
So Leon, did you expect at any point in your life from session 1 that you have this many wives? No, actually I did not. I didn't expect there to be so many wives. In fact, I never thought I'd get a wife in the first place. There were plenty of women that tried to go for such a thing, but at that period of time I wasn't really interested. It all started slightly changing when technically I met Amelia. I never once thought about how much a person can love another person, going so far as to go from, well, let's be honest, the Garden of the Gods, leaving there and going back to where she came from just to find a man she loved. So that kind of sparked a little bit of hope in me
that's Amelia.
That something would change, something would happen for me as well. Don't tell her. This will get anyway.
Yeah, now.
So no, I didn't expect to have so many wives with me. Ellie, the thing with Ellie started off as an accident, but became a true thing because I realized she was a genuinely nice girl. She wanted nothing but the best for me. It was always a thing. Silver, I was a bit more selfish on. I'll be honest, she was probably one of the few women I had at the time that I truly felt something for. It felt like if I didn't go for her, I would lose her. For sure. That, considering looking back at it, I might have actually lost her if I didn't do what I did. And I'm glad I did. If he looks towards her, she's still focused, not even realizing this question. And there's no way I wouldn't have gone for it. I was always told by me that the choice I had in women were terrible. And as for the others, well, that's another story for another time. I don't think they'd appreciate me telling stories about how we. How many people ask me how I did it? Like how I got so many wives? Plenty of people. Too many, actually. How I got it? I don't think that's me. I think for the most part, I think that's all on them. At the end of the day, it is them who agree that, I can be with them on a particular day. But that doesn't mean I don't try my best. I try to show equal amounts of love, affection to both. But, they're all different women with all different needs, all different types of maintenance. So, of course, the way I show it would be different between all of them. But I try my best to be fair in all of them. If I spend money on one of them, I spend money on all of them. That situation. yes, that does indeed put a financial strain from time to time, but that's why I do what I do. I love them enough that I love them plenty. I love them equally. And no, there is no spot that people can claim it as much as they want. I love them all equally, genuinely.
Here's another.
Uh, what was the first thing you thought when you first became a father? When I first became a father? Gosh, that brings me back to the twins. It was terrifying, actually, to think about. Because while Ellie was pregnant with the twins, I was still out there adventuring, doing the things that I normally did. At one point, I almost died, but luckily enough, Ellie's necklace protected me. But when they came into the world, it was different. I thought that looking at them, you know, like what filled me up wasn't pride. I thought I'd be proud, but no, I didn't feel proud. I felt genuine happiness that I felt like, wow, this little bundle of joy, this little piece of life right here came to be because my wife and I were happy that they're the culmination of what love would be, and that, like, no matter what, I know I've literally, she just came into this world. Just came into this world. And already I would feel like I would burn the world down if the world took it away from me. It was odd. It wasn't pride. It was happiness, but not the kind of happiness that I could explain. It just felt nice. Yeah. As they grew up, it did became like, oh, they need a lot of money to be taken care of, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. For sure. What did you expect to a goddess, and what was your first impression of them?
Should I find all the live fishes?
Alright. What do you mean? I've never yeah, to do anything with the goddess. If you mean my fifth wife, she's from the Evergreen Isles. I know she is very, very beautiful.
Here, that's
Much
Lyon.
I can't deny that at all. But Nefertari, she everybody calls her a goddess, but in all reality, she's just another wife of mine. Well, I'll be honest, she is very my things kind of person. My first impression of them was that, wow, I hope I can get them out of this predicament that they're in. Did I expect to be like making them my wife? No, actually. At the time when I met her, I already had 4 wives. I already had Iluka as my most recent wedded, and I didn't think about getting another wife. I didn't think about that at all. What led to it was actually Ellie, and maybe the phrasing I had about the condition.
This is Ellie.
The promise that we had. Ellie is a massive instigator, actually, about as to why I have so many wives. If you just left it to Silver, she would not let me have more than what I already had. But at the end of the day, Ellie had always seen what I needed more than I did. So yeah.
She's a giant. It's part of their culture as a successful male has multiple wives.
And
because there was a higher chance of a female being born as a giant than there is a male.
So in hindsight, Ellie just pushed for that. The wife all kind of just agreed. Silver put up the most fight about it. So
and then this is Nefertari.
But yeah, Nefertari is definitely like a my face kind of girl. No matter what I do, I can't bend her to what my will would be. She is very um, persuasive, for lack of better terms. She looks so beautiful. Didn't expect it to be an instigator.
That's
Yes,
Ellie.
Ellie. Yeah, yeah. No, Ellie. Ellie was a surprise and a half. She's so sweet and innocent, and then the things she would say and get the other girls to agree to do is very, very drastic.
Yeah, she was a very big instigator for a lot of things.
A lot of things. She's half the reason why I'm technically a vampire.
Ellie is also one of the people who no one could really say no to. There was just something about her. There was some parts terrifying, and other parts sort of cute.
Lucky, yeah. I'd say I'm very blessed. So, if you have free times, wife of Leon, what was your first Oh, now it's a question to the wives. Start with Ellie. You remember how to be Ellie?
God, it's been a long time. I don't remember how I got into the minds of Ellie either.
It's been so long. It'd be more difficult for you than it would be for me.
Like, the wives usually come naturally once I start getting into a situation and we go sort of deeper into roleplay of it, and then it sort of just comes more naturally. God, it's been a while.
I think for this one it's very simple. Ellie walks into a room wanting to show like a potted flower, a new flower she found while out in the garden.
No, I like the idea that they're on Silver's stream and Leon's taking questions, right? And then all of a sudden, the door just opens, and it's just like dirt-filled hands, sort of dirt smeared across her face. There is some kind of leaf on the side of her hair. Just like, Leon, it's happening. And then she just like holds up like this like potted plant that had finally it was wilted as all hell, and it was just first like the only bud left is just starting to open. And like she just runs down, she just puts it on the table. Zilver is like rolling her eyes, like seriously, I'm trying to do something right now. I was like, no, look. It took a long time to persuade it to be able to do this. But I think it might be it's still alive. I think this might be the chance to like finally it can have its own baby little flower. Just holding on to the breath, just waiting desperately.
And Leon would literally just casually just pat her on the head as a form of encouragement. And while you're here, Ali, it seems that they have a question for you.
The questions can wait. This is the most important part. This means that the Night Bloom is having a child.
I can't have a child just yet. Still more.
Yes, but this is... You don't understand. Night Bloom have to have children in the daytime so that they can bloom in the nighttime.
Now, while we wait for the Night Bloom to fully get its babies, why not sit down here and wait? Or
She just sighs and sits down on the stool.
you could sit on a stool, or did she just go onto his lap?
And there was a hesitation to sit on his lap.
But a glare from Silver.
Silver says otherwise.
Does Silver move? Is that what happened?
No, Silver's on her own chair. She just puts a hand on his thigh instead.
But yes, the question here is like, Wives of Leon, what was your first impression of me? People are curious about what you thought of me when we first met.
Oh, I wanted to kill you. Do you forget?
No, I didn't forget. It's out of context. It sounds really.
Well, I wanted to kill him because he was trying to destroy my city.
Wasn't.
But you were. Technically, yes. And then I was going to sacrifice myself to save my city in the dream realm, and then he kissed me in the middle of battle, and then I wasn't sure I wanted to kill him anymore.
Not Leon's, but.
And then he said he could save me from everything, and I didn't have to die. I just had to go with them, and so I went with them, and then I guess he saved me. And then he made me really happy. And then we had a lot of wine.
My memory.
We had a really nice meal, and we had a lot of wine, and then I didn't really remember what happened, but then we were really happy. And then Leon said that there was a mistake, and then I'm like, what do you mean it was a mistake? And then he explained that in their culture, it's not right to be this happy before the ceremony of marriage, right? That's the marriage.
By your culture, we did get married already.
Yes, we did. That's why I was happy. And then, of course, I explained if we're going by cultures, technically in my culture, you don't have enough wives for me to even have a chance to be with you. My father would kill us, specifically Leon, because I am the chief's daughter. I am only meant to be with a man that has enough wives to sustain the village. And clearly at the time, you did not have it.
Wasn't a thing that I thought would be possible, nor an option.
But you fixed that. And she like puts like a hand to his cheek, so it's okay.
Zelda, considering you're dying too many times, pause and then answer the question of chat.
She's not. She's just holding the like one dub, like the the S key, just to keep falling off the cliff repeatedly.
So, what was your, what was your first impression of me?
You find Silva's photo.
Yeah. You should have.
I have it in a Word document.
A Word doc.
Why does it not let me preview it?
Time to open it up.
Actually, wait, no, I have it on Discord because I sent it to the thing. Not the best quality, but we go with that. What was the question?
What was your impression of me when we first met?
I could easily just turn around and say I wanted to kill you as well.
You did?
No. It wasn't that I wanted to kill you. It was I wanted to... You intrigued me. Unlike a lot of people, you took the chance to actually discover who I was, rather than just assuming that I am some nobody or just some elf looking for attention. And I guess that may have gotten me more curious on who you are and why you perceive the world the way you do, but then I distracted myself from that thought because that's the dangerous thought, and I decided to think about dealing with you professionally instead of just trying to jump on anyone who has been nice to me.
And we all know where that.
Yes. We do. But first impression wise, you kind of seem like a guy that would was supposed to be, like, full of himself, being the student of John Quilty and a renowned ruin hunter even before you were an adventurer, or even anything part of the NQRA. You seem like the kind of person that was supposed to let that go to your head, but instead you remained you. God, shut up. This is enough questions.
I can hear like Ellie wings.
And I'll be like, you don't open up like that, Silver. What's that all about? He's like, shut up. Leave me alone. You're not even invited here. Get out. Take your plan with you.
Well, she needs to find a different place for it to.
I'm sure she can manage on her own. This is my stream. This is my room. Look, next thing I know, you're going to invite the rest of the wives in here.
Almost as if one queued rope.
And Nefertari, like the three heads in the doorway. So I heard there was some questions about some wives. And Nefertari just immediately like pushing the rest of them in. Alright, who would be the next person?
And I feel like Nefertari, well, considering you've already gone in chronological order, which is Jalia.
Let me see if I can find Jalia.
It was so bad, like you like for Jalia, it like half the reason why it happened in the first place was because like, damn, that's a girl I it played a lot on like a lot of fantasies for young.
What, Jalia?
Yeah.
Or all the wives?
All of them did, but like Jalia in particular, like it hit more like on a personal level. Or younger me. So younger me had a massive thing for vampires.
So Jalia is the vampire queen.
Was that? I had another.
This one?
I don't know. We know what her younger daughters like. That's.
This is Jalia. This is actually
Yeah.
her. This is Jalia. Jalia would sort of walk over and, you know, she would just immediately just sit on Leon's lap, despite Silver. And just, like, you know, sort of sits down on, like, one leg and then sort of crosses the other leg over the top and sort of, you know, fixes out, like, the mini skirt that she's wearing. So you had questions?
They had a question of what was your first impression?
Needy. Easy.
Excuse you.
Well, you came to me with a problem and I was the solution.
That was more on Silver's side of things. It is less of what I.
Yes, but it was your life that was the one that was in the balance, wasn't it?
Didn't have a choice.
You definitely had a choice. But the following stuff, we didn't really have much of a choice.
So, haven't.
Look, you make a fine vampire.
I keep forgetting.
Well, that's surprisingly normal for people who are turned. Especially those kind of against their will, but... Yeah, in terms of first impressions, that was a stupid thing. I should never have listened to Mark Rose in the first place, but I did need someone to help me rule the kingdom. And he thought the online quiz was the best way to go. I'd never thought that someone would fit 100% the criteria. It was very specific
100%?
criteria. Yes, didn't I ever tell you that?
No, this is first news for me.
Yes, you matched 100% every element of the extremely specific traits, personality, and experience that I needed. I made it so specific to try and prove to Marcos that he'll find no one that would match this, and yet, lo and behold, he found you.
Online quiz sounds so 2019. Why? Because Macros has a bad habit of meddling in things that he should not be meddling.
Agreed. But look, the meeting was supposed to be us basically becoming engaged. But one look at you, I'm like, no way am I going to be with someone like you without properly. It's too risky. Too risky was my thought. And then you came to me with this other women saying this is a bad idea, that you didn't want to go through with this, but then you needed to go through with it. It was just very needy. Very needy. First impressions, yes. And then things changed very fast after
Little spar.
yeah. Well, I did the spa to test if you weren't lying. And I'd say that you weren't. Your instincts are still something crazy to behold. But still. First impressions, that's about as far as it goes. It just so happened that our first impression continued well into the night.
We don't need to go into details.
No, I wasn't planning on going to detail on Silver's stream, no. Can I leave now? Looks towards, like, Nefertari. Nefertari just gives, like a mischievous smirk and sort of nods. Charlie gets up and leaves. Iluka's sort of standing there, like, in the corner, just like, does that mean that I'm...
He is pushed in.
Does that mean that I'm next?
Does she also, much like Jolly, just took a sit there?
No, I feel like she sort of stands awkwardly next to Leon, and then Leon sort of goes and he's like, it's okay, and sort of like, you know, sort of moves to sit her on his lap, and immediately her tail just starts wagging, and Leon getting distracted.
This was like on a more personal, like, it's like, I've met all of these races, but she would not give me a single person from Antfree or like a beast kid, like not at all. This was a wife that was like, it was 100% like me asking for it, because at that point I have yet to met anyone that had like a beast kid.
Should I use the one that I drew?
You can probably just use the picture that we first used.
This one?
Yeah. So as a token, basically, we use this image right here.
So this is Iluka. But yes, she's sitting on Leon's lap, tail wagging. Zilver just rolls her eyes.
So what was your first impression?
She sort of like nibbles at her lip a little bit. Do I have to explain how we first met?
Well, no, just the impression with you. We don't need to explain what happened.
I feel like if I explain first impressions, it kind of explains the situation.
That's up to you. No,
the whole situation was a little bit embarrassing, Leon.
No, technically it isn't. We were both out ruin hunting.
Yes, and I couldn't get through a simple puzzle.
Say it was simple. No, it only
And
seems
you
simple.
did it in like 30 seconds.
I've also had plenty of experience before you.
I have had plenty of experience, and I followed the diary of John Quilty exactly to a T. And
But the diary of John Quilty doesn't have every other things that he did.
No, and I was kind of very distracted by the fact that you were literally like the John Quilty straight from the book.
These two just flirting right then and there. Which probably got him an elbow from Zilver.
Zilver's glaring daggers. Why is it always on my stream?
But yes.
I was impressed. Let's go with that. I was impressed.
No. Proper.
That was a proper opinion.
That was?
Yeah,
That was the only opinion.
It wasn't the only opinion, it was one of the opinions. I was genuinely impressed. I managed to be stuck in this ruin for a very long time, trying to, make it as a ruin hunter. I didn't really have experience as a ruin hunter, and then I read a lot about John Quilty. I'd been following the diary, and I was kind of off of my fantasies a lot of the time, and I was so close to giving up, sitting there if only I could have this guy that was supposed to be if only John Quilty could come into this ruin, swoop me off my feet and save me, and get me through this ruin, teach me the ways of, and then Leon appeared when I was still half daydreaming. I didn't think you were real, initially.
Oh. I guess that makes sense. You were wondering if some random dude who seemed to know his doings and all that, it would feel like you just daydreamed John Quilty appearing then and there, helping you.
Yes, it kind of scared me for a brief moment, that's why I almost stabbed you, but you don't have footsteps, and you see, I have very good hearing.
Sorry about that. It's a bad habit. Well, I wouldn't say it's a bad habit. It's a habit of mine from doing ruin hunting on my own for the longest time, you see.
But yeah, I was impressed. She's sort of I guess she'll go with the leaning on her palm situation, just on the table. Sort of cutting off Zilva's chance to even look at Leon properly. So, what was the question?
What was your impression? Because it would be she's leaning a lot more closer to Leon.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I guess I can't really describe it in a word. I mean, I think much like Zilva, you did intrigue me as well. one of the few people that did seem to seek out witness of a goddess. I never thought someone would be so intrigued to talk with me. But then you actually proved yourself to possibly be handy. So it was easy enough just to think that maybe I could get something out of it. You gave me the kind of impression that made me think you were trustworthy, which is something. Considering I've seen your previous fates, they never seem to end up quite exactly how you wanted them. I'm just a diviner, don't worry.
Yes.
But then, things changed and I realized you were a little bit more entertaining than otherwise. Particularly when I saw your interactions with your other companions. Look, I was never supposed to be a wife, but it was the easiest way to make things work.
Wasn't the entire thing about divining that you can divine yourself?
Yes, which means a part of you was always a part of my fate. And I'm fine with that. Look, I wanted to live out as much a normal life as I could. And you gave me the key to the door to have that. Though, I do question whether you have any regrets.
Regrets wouldn't be the right words. It would be more of me scolding my younger self like you could have done this better kind of
I
situation.
feel like you did pretty well for yourself.
There are plenty of times where you could have done better. Not as in like you're not good, as in like he could have made better impressions on everyone kind of situation.
No, that's not how fate works. The impressions that you gave to each of them was the impression that they needed in order to fall in love with you.
How much better could it possibly be? No idea.
See, Rat Traveler gets it. You shouldn't second guess your fate. He sort of like leans forward, sort of kisses him on the head, and then sort of caresses the side of his cheek before sort of walking past him.
Still on my pace kind of when she is.
Contain
Smack.
yourself, Leon.
Look, you're not any better, so.
Me? I'm not any better. What? I don't do that. And you didn't even stand up for yourself. You just let her walk all over you. You always let her walk all over you. Why? But I can't walk all over you because you won't let me.
No, it's not that I wouldn't let you, it's more.
Mora?
I will keep that comment to myself.
No, you will not.
Well, Silver, you don't usually fight back yourself.
What do you mean by that, Leon?
This is stream. We shouldn't be talking about such a thing on stream.
Yeah, of course. I can just mute stream and we can still talk about this.
We don't have to. They can still no. We can talk about this after. Look, they have another question.
They do? Immediately turns back to stream.
What was your reaction to the number of children? The onset fertility stuff asking in the chat. Excuse me. I guess I never thought about it, never really looked at it in a different way. They're my children. They're my children. Happy to see that they are growing up so well. The number of them could be easily seen as odd, but if you think about it from a perspective of,
if you think about it from the right perspective, technically I'm the most normal one.
You and Ellie both, actually, yeah.
No. Ali, no, she's not normal at all.
So
We are in completely different leagues. You cannot put us in the same league. I had one child.
2.
Eventually, I had a second one.
3.
And eventually, I had a third one. I am the only one that no. I can't say that.
Well, no, Nefertari has 1.
Yes, you didn't have to bring up Nefertari. She'll come back in here again, okay?
We can't stop her even if I can say it.
Yes, we can't stop her because she's divinity.
She's a divine, yes. How would you rate our onsen 1 out of 10?
Well, Leon, you better answer the onsen facility
10.
stuff. I agree, it was very much a 10.
There's a reason why we keep going back.
Yes, that's also a reason why we have a portal in Choo-Choo.
I thought there was a real reason for that. Was that really true? You know what?
We needed to get there without being harassed by paparazzi thanks to your popularity.
Guess you. Jalia herself is a queen, so that's also that. Iluka was part of the police and she's pretty known as a
And
good...
she's also the daughter of the chief.
That is also true. Ellie wasn't any better, actually.
She's an extinct race.
Yeah. Funnily enough, it'd be you and Nefertari who no one would really like.
How dare you?
Well,
First
no,
off,
you're still part of the Elder Council. Actually, no, it was all difficult enough to move around with.
Yes, I'm also a Chaos Elf, which changes things entirely. And Nefertari is the queen of the Kanum. You'd think they would recognize their queen.
Okay, we just never had an easier time moving around.
Alright, they want to know if you still have your pistol, Leon.
Actually, I gave my pistol to Nina.
Nina is Ali's daughter.
Right. Some of them probably wouldn't know. Not all of them are followers.
There's 13 children. I can't imagine them keeping track of all of them.
Nina is the eldest of any of all the children. She's the oldest one of them all. She very much took after me in comparison to her mother. Some people would even say that she's just a mini-me who's female. Can't really deny. She's always been more...
She really did take up the torch of the NQRA.
Not only that, she even went so far as becoming the poster child for the NQRA after. She's a good lass. And that's why I gave her most of my old equipment. So my daggers, my pistol. I gave her my scarf, but I feel like that wasn't something that she... But in the first place, I already gave that to Iluka.
Someone else asked, how would your day usually go, Leon? I think a better question would be, how is your week go, Leon?
Well, I guess that would be... So Monday is usually when I go to Jalia. When I go and do my duties as King Consort for the Kingdom of Sansei. So for the most part, during the day, it would be a lot of castle. Everything that needed to be done, everything that needed to be in the stream. Confirmed she's a sub with Leon.
Oi!
Okay, but yeah. So on the Monday I would do that, and then that night I would spend at the castle with Jalia. Each of the wives have agreed to have a particular day for themselves. Tuesdays would be Ellie. Was it Ellie? Do you remember?
It's actually still in your character sheet.
Is it actually still in
Yeah,
my
it's
character
actually
sheet?
still in your character sheet.
Where is it?
I think it's the end of your journal. No. It's Leon's story. Monday, Jalia. Tuesday, Zilva. Wednesday, Ali.
Was it in
Thursday,
my journal?
Iluka. Friday, Nefertari. Saturday and Sunday, free option, self-time option.
So
Note, should no time be spent with wives, we'll probably get jumped. If it is no problem, honestly, but be prepared. That part's in bold.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Tuesdays, as much like today, I spend it with Zilva. so a lot of the time I can't go too much.
I would prefer if you didn't.
If it's not during stream like this, I would usually be making food for her, and then we spend the day together,
Relaxing.
relaxing. Of course, that means that night I spend time with her. Home with her. Wednesdays are Ellie's days, where I usually help her out with the gardens. That's usually where we do a lot of our interactions, gardens, picnics, walking about the evergreen aisle. She's a very outdoorsy type, she is. So a lot of the time, you probably see me walking around the evergreen aisles a lot more on Wednesdays. And then Thursdays, I spend time with Iluka. Well, usually it'd be more of taking care of the kids with Iluka. Honestly, I'm impressed that she handles them so well, despite me not being there. But then again, she also said whenever I'm there, it's a lot more harder to take care of them because they get more out. And then on Fridays, I spend time with Nefertari. Usually, it's a lot of depends on her mood and what she wants to do, but for the most part, she tends to nap a lot. So just stay there. Saturday and Sundays are well, it used to be a free option. I can do whatever I want, but
Saturdays are usually for the kids.
Saturdays I spend time with the kids, and then I would do my work. Sundays, and then the week repeats itself.
Sometimes we go on holidays.
Sometimes we do go on holidays. And a lot of the times we can't really go on holidays with just us. So, yeah.
The next question is, who is your most mischievous child? And how... I don't know about the paint balloon headshot, but...
Mischievous child would have to be...
It's gotta be one of Iluka's, clearly.
one of the Lucas kids, for sure.
Omeo, right?
Omeo is definitely he's a handful.
Okay, actually, no, it could be a tie. Talia is a lot to handle as well.
The both are different troublemakers for their own reason. When it comes to mischievousness, I guess. Omeo, he tends to chase the thrill a lot of the times. He's half the reason why people need a lot of licenses for a lot of things. He's jumped off the back of a griffin plenty of times. He has
Scaled the side of a skyscraper.
more than many times. He's also swam with the dangerous sea folk. I'm impressed he wasn't handled with by the sirens when we found out. In fact, he was scaring them away. Impressive.
It's genuinely impressive.
But then we have Talia. She's just a mini.
Hey, excuse you, you
She's
say
not
like
your-
it's a bad thing.
Oh, the influence you have on each other. In fact.
What influence does she have on me?
Anyway,
Leon.
look, she learned how to dress because she wanted to be more like you. So she
Yes,
went.
well, I never had a daughter. I only ever had sons, so...
Yes, and she is much more your daughter than Jolly.
Yes. Which is okay.
But she has her own tendencies in which she learned from you. Both of you are pretty hard-headed, to be honest. Hard to convince
She
otherwise.
might get that from you. That might necessarily be from me.
It's from both. And a bit of Jolly. She is, in that sense, she's also pretty stubborn like her mother.
I'd agree with that.
But in terms of mischievousness, well, that brings back a time where I literally had to go back into the underground to try and save her.
Yes. Next question is, out of your children, who is the most crafty or creative?
Oh, easy. What was Silver's kid? Oh, there's so many of them. Wasn't Lyon. No.
Are you thinking of Jonathan?
A lot of them are creative in their own way, but when it comes to very crafty, it would be Jonathan and his brother. Was it Liam or Lloyd?
Lloyd. Liam is Jolly's.
Lloyd and Jonathan are very much creative. They are. Jonathan especially goes and like shakes up the world of magic from time to time with his young tendencies of why not, let's try this out. But when it comes to craftiness, there's no one that I would say to surpass Lloyd. Lloyd is very good at what he does, really good with his hands. I worried at one point that he, he was an introverted child, but no, it turns out he's simply interested in many other areas different from others.
He's also a very good merchant. He's very successful.
Very successful. It's seeing them all grow. So. But yeah, jokingly, we'd call him artificer, both he and John. Very much. Who knew that you could use magic to make a foe?
Yes, he helped Fiona out with that.
Hmm.
Next question is, Leon, how much do you use your previous adventurer skills on a daily basis, like your agility or your knife skills?
Plenty, actually. Because I have such busy schedules, I often have to try and balance my time properly to be able to meet certain demands of the day. As for the knives, well, Amelia taught me how to cook, so whenever it's time for food to be served, I just naturally go to the kitchen and start cooking myself. I'm not as good as Ellie when it comes to cooking, but I'd say I do pretty good cooking. As for other skills, as you can expect, taking care of the children, playing them on different days, especially Saturdays. Definitely have to use my abilities to try and make sure they don't one-up me. Nina especially likes to try and one-up me in terms of parkouring skills and ruin hunting, but she has yet to beat her old man. Omeo, you just need to be really quick to prevent him from doing it, but that's why his brothers can handle him so well. When it comes to sneakiness, there's no one any more sneakier than Ari. You'd think it would be Talia who would be much more sneakier, but no, it's actually Ari. Going off and finding herself a boyfriend, making him into a husband, such a... Where did she get?
I wonder.
But then again, I do worry about the fact that they might have too high of a standard for a male, for my little daughter.
Yes, well, you've terrified all of your sons out of the thought of even getting a wife.
No. The thought of trying to have more than one girl, which they shouldn't. They should stick to one unless they're willing to sacrifice plenty of their times, not for themselves, kind of situation.
How many of your children hid their first relationships? I wonder.
Almost every one of them hid their first relationship from me. The most notable one being Arya, actually.
Talia hid hers for a very long time as well.
Well, I had a guess that it wouldn't. Her first relationship wasn't that hidden.
Look, even Liam hid his relationship from you.
Yeah, no, he did. It wasn't that good of hiding it. Again, if it comes to the most difficult one to sniff out for their first relationship, it was actually... He stops to think for a moment. What was the name of the... Who was it, right? Between all of them?
I think the one that hid it the most was actually Lloyd. Lloyd got married and had a kid and then went, so Dad, I got married and I had a kid.
Lloyd never told me about his first relationship. It went so far as he only told me after they got married and had a kid. He was very good at sneaking about.
I think we're supposed to be on an ad break. I don't know.
I don't see an ad.
I'm gonna trigger an ad break if that's alright. So that it doesn't do like the pre-roll ads.
Oh, okay. You started.
I don't know, it's loading.
Ad breaks in 3 minutes. Let me go.
Oh, it says we've got 2 ads happening at the same time.
What's that? What's going on?
Cheap
Fucking
viewers.
cheap. Again, what's with this cheap viewership? Do we have multiple ads going on right now?
Yep, I'm gonna duck to the toilet. I'll be right back.
In the meantime, I guess I can have a few remember a lot more things about.
Alright, I'm back.
Still haven't upgrades.
Yeah, I decided to say fuck it, and I'm gonna eat my Easter before they go. Right, so this ad break has 30 seconds, and then this ad break has 30 seconds. Back from the ad break.
Wonder what else is anyone there? But yeah,
How
no.
many of the children did adventuring for, if only for a bit? Most of them, I think.
Are you really just gonna go straight into it? Not gonna wait?
Oh.
Probably should wait.
For a bit.
Yeah, no. For those just tuning in, we're basically just delving into Q&As, little bits of recaps of what happened in NQRA. And like, yeah, just why not? A lot of people have been questioning it. A lot of people want.
Because everyone, it always gets, Lyon always gets brought up.
But I guess it makes sense because it was like a very, like, Lyon's story was enjoyable. It was really fun going through it. The reason why it went was like not the most fun thing, but
Look at this picture. What happened?
no idea. Why is it? Why are you listening to John Schumann?
I don't know.
Why are we listening to Holy Grail? Solid Rocks. What the fuck?
Oh, you just got playing through all the songs?
No,
Why is it going through all the songs?
no idea.
Those other songs were in queue from like yesterday.
No idea. I was gonna like maybe change it a bit. We've been using the same song.
The fuck?
The fuck was that?
I don't fucking know. Are you looking for music as well?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, alright. I'll let you choose music then.
Ah, yeah, it's radio.
My fucking god. At least turn it down a little bit.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just radio talk now.
Alright, we've waited a bit. So
Do you actually want this? I change.
you can change it to whatever you want. So, Leon's children. How many of the children did adventuring, if only for a little bit? Hmm. We never really talked about that.
I think I can give an answer as
Oh, go for it. Mhm.
Right, I wonder if Red Traveler is back to hear any of this question.
It's fine. It's recorded.
Wait. So, how many of you children? No, how many children did adventuring only for a little bit? Well, we all know Nina went into adventuring and still going on adventures to this day. She, just like me, can't seem to stop. Just sit there. Kind of have to go on an adventure from time to time. Half retired. But let's see if any others. Do you have a list of where, like, his children? Have a list of where his children?
What do you mean where they are?
Their names, so I don't like. It doesn't feel odd that it's like my children.
I never forgot. I expected better of you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I do have a list. Maybe.
Because that's the one thing. Like at that point, I never really had to write down because it was way after, like everything's.
Okay, I know. Okay. Ellie. I've got to go into each of their, like, stories. Okay. Ellie had... Do you want me to write this down, or do you...
I already done.
Okay. So we had... do you want their full names?
Just their.
Alessandra and Nina.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ellie's daughters.
Yep.
We have Zilva had Lloyd. We had Jonathan. And there was...
Father on the future.
Yeah,
But
there's
he's
a
not
third
in.
one. But we're not really gonna go into that. I don't even think I've written it down in our character sheet. I just remember it.
Then we have Jalia's.
Jalia has...
Was.
Jalia's character sheet. Why is it in trap? Because she doesn't die. Because people can still interact with her.
She does.
Liam, Valentina, and Talia. And Arya.
Aria, Valentina, Liam.
Yep. And Alia and Aria.
Alia. Alright. Then we had.
She had quadruplets, 3 girls and 1 boy.
Yeah. We had Cohen.
We had Cohen, we had Miro, and we had Omero.
O'Neill.
And then we had
Alinta.
Kalina.
Alina.
Kalna.
Yep.
Celise.
Celise.
It's Selena, but like everyone calls her Celise. So Celyse.
Lys. And then
Kalina, we had Celise, and we had Alinta. Yeah.
It was very, very simple. It's just
Falcon.
it's it. But
I have pictures for all of the kids as well.
Yeah.
Can I show them?
Yeah. Yeah, whenever like it's mentioned, it would be a bad idea. Because then people would be able to see what the kids look like.
Okay.
So, let's start with Ellie's kid. Because technically, among the two of them, Nina was the one that.
Nina's a special trouble. Yes.
When it comes to adventuring, everybody knows Nina. At least those that do follow the adventures. Nina still adventures to this day. In fact, she's slowly and surely making herself to be the one to lead the NQRA. It seems she's very much taken to the idea of being an
This
adventurer.
is Nina Maxwell. Allie's oldest.
Mm-hmm. So Nina's going to be taking care of the NQRA after I. She has very much raised herself to be the poster girl of the NQRA, even without me pushing it to her. Much like me, as I said before, she's just mini me with her antics in adventuring. I just hope that's the only thing. But then again, she's also being chased by plenty of people due to the Maxwell name. But she's smarter than me, that's for sure. So she'll know how to deal with it better than I did. Between Lloyd and Jonathan, neither of them did go into the adventuring route. But
wait, you're gonna skip her other daughter?
Alessandra didn't go into it. But
I don't know, but you just didn't mention her so I can show her.
Alessandra never did go into adventuring. She was much like Ellie. She was more prevalent here in the Evergreens than she was in any other part of the NQRA. Technically, she is the successor of what Ellie's title is. The Witch of the South.
So it's the Alessandra.
She was very much more of her mother's daughter than she was mine. Having to deal with her and Ellie's curse at the time was quite something to behold. As for, for Silver's sons, Lloyd and Jonathan never really went adventuring, but Lloyd did stay and learned under Dorothy and how to make and craft.
So this is...
He wasn't one for adventuring, but when it came to making things for adventures, he was pretty good at it, actually. He was different, but yeah. But Jonathan, however, he did go into adventuring just a little bit, but decided I wasn't really much for it. She took much of you, Silver, more than he did take after.
Someone has to inherit chaos in me.
Both of them did, but he showed more of it in a different sense.
What the other picture? What is the other picture?
He definitely went down a different route to what you'd expect him to go. At the end of the day, he's still much like his mother, still a sorcerer of great talent. And for that, very happy. Then when it came to Jalia's kids, let's start with Valentina. She didn't want to become an adventurer, but she did work and strive to become the queen of Sansei, much like her mother. But differently, I would say. Maybe that's why she's so close with Hiroshi. Because they both seem to have that ambition of power. It's really odd to see. But she is, much like her mother, a very demanding queen that demanded excellence. But she is still a reasonable queen that would listen to. Arya. Trouble. She is very
The
much
fact that it's just a collage for Arya.
She is very much the spitting image of her mother. Probably make it bigger.
Just open.
What? Can zoom in. Yeah, no. She's very much a spitting image of her mother, and a very much spitting image of what her mother would have done if she wasn't the queen. Just that she got her skills from me. So she did go into adventuring for a little bit. She even inherited the ability to use daggers. In fact, other than Nina, I don't think anyone can best her in terms of dagger work, is there?
She is the closest thing to the ninja that you were.
But of course, in between all of them, then there's also Liam. Poor boy, being the only male in his family, has to deal with quite a bit of things. He is not as physically, what's the word? Gifted as any of his other sisters. But he makes up for it with the way he manages to gather information and his intellect. But sometimes that boy does make decisions that I question his intellect for.
What, he has a thing for women, much like his father.
I think all of our kids have that. All of my boys have that. But he did go into adventuring just a little bit. He served more as an information broker than an adventurer. That seems to be the one thing he's really good at, gathering information. In fact, without him, I wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the things to help the children. And then there's Tali. Oh boy.
Wait, I'm gonna find Talia's photo.
Oh,
So
God,
that should
right.
be in Layla, right?
That would be.
But old Talia or new Talia?
What's new?
That's old Talia. That's current Talia.
Yeah, current Tali. And then there's Tali. She's a little whirlwind and of herself, much like her mother here. Her mother's, I would say. She's taken both aspects of Jalia's stubbornness and then Zilver's mannerisms. So she's gotten into a fair bit of trouble herself. But when it comes to a lot of other things, she is a talented necromancer. She's good at what she does. And in that sense, she's also good at choosing the most troublesome of partners.
Mhm.
I vaguely remember that cat girl she brought in one day. She was definitely
This is Talia before she dyed her hair.
before she became Zilver's daughter. She never was much of a warrior, much like her mother, but in that sense, I'm glad she was able to find solace in you. And then we have Iluka. She had triplets, both for the males and for the females. And I'm not going to lie, all of her girls, they basically look like younger.
Alinta?
Alinta is probably the most the one that still is an adventure compared to the rest. Much like her mother, the Griffins have decided to choose her as their caretaker. So when it comes to Griffin riding and aerial maneuvers, she's the best that there is. She can definitely reach one end of the continent to another within record time. She's really good at handling the Griffins, much like her mother did. And I think Ellie helping her was also really good at it. Then you have Celeste. She's very quiet. You know? She loved reading more than anything. She she definitely isn't one to go on adventuring. She never did want to go adventuring. In fact, I think she was much more happier handling the library back in
No.
in Nala more than anything else. So sometimes I drop by to see what new books she has. Very quiet, very keeps to herself, but she's a good girl. And there's Kalina. Oh boy. Kalina. She is the more ferocious of the three girls. She definitely has gone into problems, but some people even joke that she is just Romero for the girls, but she's not that bad, honestly. She's she scares more men than she does attract them, but that comes at the cost of her constantly wondering why no girls would ever go for her. She is definitely what's the word? She has definitely inherited most, if not all, of Iluka's cunning and combat capabilities. In fact, I think she even inherited her mother's weapons, didn't she?
Not sure, possibly.
Whatever it is, she is definitely one of the more difficult girls to handle in terms of just racing. And we have the boys.
Start with Cohen,
Let's start with Cohen.
the one who's in the band that has been in this last season.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cohen. Did you know that he's part of a rock?
So I've heard. You managed to keep that one away from you for a very long time.
I didn't really kept it away from him. I just never thought to stop him in doing it. He seemed like he was having a good time dealing with it. He was always the most reclusive of all my children, even more so than Talia. But I knew that he could handle himself. I knew he would. Hopefully, he hasn't done too much damage to himself, but he's a good boy. He's a good kid. Definitely, if a girl can tame his heart, and she said, not because of a family name, but because Cohen will make sure that they would definitely be taken care of. That's for sure. I never thought he would have the same musical talents as
You have musical talents. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
you say this, but you're the one fawning for the concerts. Silence. Just silence. Then there's Miro. He definitely has a lot of pent up anger, especially considering Amaro seems to be left in his care a lot. But when it comes to being dependable, no one is as good as being that dependable as Miro. A lot of the times I ask him for a favor if I need something to be done quickly. Well, done. He is also still an adventurer, but not as active as he used to. I think now he's trying to. I think he was going for that girl recently.
Oh, what girl was this?
If you don't know, I'll let him. We'll probably hear about it from the next family dinner we have.
I know Omera was going for a girl.
Oh, let's be honest. So Mara and that girl clicked the moment they met.
I'm kind of terrified to think about it.
She's a lot more quiet than you think, actually.
This is Omera.
Definitely still an active adventurer. Still a pain to make sure he follows the rules of being an adventurer. But he is very, very out of the box thinker. A little bit too much out of the box sometimes. Sometimes he even goes out of his shapes. Any shape. But overall, he's a good kid. He's very wild. Very. He definitely inherited most, if not all, of Iluka's wild instincts. One could even call him the heart of Antry. Wild and free and carefree as ever.
That is the catchphrase after all.
And of course, we have Aken.
Who the fuck is that? I can come in.
Aken should be in the unique encounters.
Yeah, he's not here.
Where'd you put Aken? Aken is still very much an adventurer, but he, unlike her sister, Aken doesn't really go for the publicity of it all. In fact, a lot of people find him difficult to approach, but Aken is simply, he's far too reliable. He is very much his father, his mother's son. Takes after her more than he takes after me. But it wasn't it wasn't an easy childhood for him. At least, that's what people would think. But Aken has always been very mature, very self reliant, very independent. In fact, sometimes I feel like he took care of me more than I took care of him. But that's just how he is. When it comes to it, he's definitely one that we'd go to for anything that is far too unknown. Doesn't help the fact that he's also studying his guidance. He's gone to be a very reliable young man. But yeah, have I any regrets about any of them? I regret not being able to be as good of a father as I want to be, but I think they all turned out to be great. And the wives, what do we think of coffee or tea?
No. I think this is a better question for Leon. Which one does he remember each of his wives likes?
You definitely prefer your coffee.
Well, I'm not having coffee as much anymore. I've been sponsored.
Oh, you've been sponsored.
Yeah.
Well, I don't remember actually. Each of you, it's a wild day every time. It's almost difficult to remember which one you prefer. Some of you don't even prefer coffee.
Well, like Jalia, who prefers blood.
I wouldn't say that kind of situation. More of Nefertari enjoys her drinks when she feels like it. Jalia, as you said, enjoys her blood wine more than anything. Iluka can have coffee and tea, but if she has too much of it, it's difficult to keep her
Contained?
contained. Yes. Same with Ellie, though I think she prefers tea more than less bitter. And you, without the sponsor, you drank more tea than coffee.
Yes. Never was a massive fan of coffee.
Yeah, but you drank it whenever you need to, considering
Yes,
Maya
because I had to stay awake.
and Maya. It's
We ignore Maya, alright?
I hope she hasn't drank any, actually.
I think her husband's got a hold on her. We'll see. How much does the family make based on the many things the family do know? How much the money family make in a year?
To each their own, that's not something I can actually tell you.
We don't actually collate the funds of the family. Everyone does
Their
their
own
own.
little things, and then when we want to be together, that's when we take things out of the pocket. A lot of the times it's from my past works and investments that will be used, but it's not something that I would say in public. If you invest your money well, if you have proper, things set up, you won't have to worry about.
Right, Traveler, you're welcome to post the stuff, the questions, and the comments in the normal chat. You don't have to post it in the Discord. It's okay.
The scary wolf lady probably has a guy that likes her, just probably too shy to say it. Oh, I will tell you this: she's definitely got a hold on him. She's definitely got a hold of him. She made that clear on the first family dinner when he was part of it. He can't even be one. There's just no way for him to do such. Not that he would want to. I hope.
He's probably more scared of you than he is of her.
Say that as if I try to intimidate any of their partners.
You don't have to try. So, among your kids, who is more into gaming and anime?
That is a good question.
I think Miro is.
Miro is definitely a closeted fan for sure. He doesn't look like a person who would watch and games and anime, but he does from time to time. Let's see. I think between all of them, Celise might have an interest in the literatures of
In the
anime.
manga.
Yeah. Jonathan and Lloyd, but that's just part of their culture. It's just normal.
I think that's all.
Nina delves into it from time to time, but only if it's something she finds interesting.
I don't think you can include her in it, to be honest.
But I think among all of them, yeah, Miro's probably the one that has the most interest in it. Jonathan, I guess, would have a lot of interest in it too.
What?
Just, I don't see Talia being interested in. Well, no, she is interested in reading particular things.
She's interested in reading particular things.
Many
yes.
particular.
But,
yeah, no, Miro would.
Yeah, definitely more Miro. So, do you want to start reading through the journal of Lyon?
Reading through the journal of Lyon?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. Let's see, actually no, let's start with Lyon's story, right? Because I forgot I actually wrote this down. About Lyon and his relationships and about his story, artifacts he found, thoughts on the NQRA members. Actually, yeah, he actually wrote down about them. But it was really? a while back, yeah. Thoughts on NQRA members: Ethel, Mary, Rear, and Talis.
Oh wow. We'll start from the top of it. Read through it all.
Yeah. He even has thoughts on people he's met so far, but that never got finished, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, let's see. About Amadeus Lyon Maxwell. Oh, you could probably even show this, right?
It's gonna be hard to read. It's small.
But yeah, his full name is Amadeus Lyon Maxwell. He goes by Leon for those who are close to him, but he goes by Amadeus for more formal and job-like occasions. He is 23. Well, he was 23 when we started, and his birthday was actually the 9th day of the 10th month. He was a human with trace hints of celestial, but sometime along the future he got turned into a vampire. I forgot he was tall. Leon is 180 centimeters tall.
Yep.
He had black hair, blue eyes, and fair.
Tari was still taller than him.
Yep. And he was pale, like a fair pale, like kind of. His occupation, it should be like Ruin Hunter, active, and NQRA, active. He likes sweet things and documenting history. He dislikes destruction of historical items and spicy food, basically. He's alive and without any signs of celestial corruption.
Which is something unique to his family.
And he has magic status, a small trace of celestial magic. Otherwise, he's completely human with no magic. His relatives: Amadeus Ryan Maxwell, his father, deceased. Then his mother, Amanda Maxwell, mother, deceased. And then he had a younger sister who is now deceased, Ira Melina Maxwell. So yeah, he had 3 family members who all had passed away before he could come back from his first adventuring, from his first ruin hunt.
They were all taken by celestial corruption as well.
It was unfortunate, but yeah. It's half the reason why Leon was so gentle and like almost always there for his family. Because I guess the trauma of losing his family before he could like do anything, right? Actually, yeah, I can go in deep into that actually.
Mm-hmm.
Leon and his father, they were what's the word? They never had a really good relationship. They're always at odds with each other. No idea why, but it was like he and his father never got to see eye to eye. So he was always much more closer to his mother than he did his father, who would tell him that there's a reason why he's like this. You shouldn't hate your father, but in which he never really hated his father, but they never got well together. But he was always very, very close with his younger sister, in which he took care of her a lot of the times and raised her, like taught her the things that he could teach. And one day he decided, after an argument with his father, he went and became a ruin hunter with John Quilty, which I'm pretty sure his father said, no, you shouldn't be doing that.
You should be at home with your family, looking after them.
Yeah. But he went against that. He became a ruin hunter. And then he did his first ruin hunt, his first successful ruin hunting. And he went back to show his family, only to find his father and mother had passed away, and his little sister was basically passing away then and there. He doesn't even know if the sister even managed to hear what he said, know that he was there. All he knew was that she was losing her life in front of them. He had to do all the celestial things to cleanse her body, and then he buried them himself in the family yard. And to this day, he has visited his family grave, but ever since then he never went back home, and has always been actively doing ruin hunts and all that. And that's where he found himself in this, like the ruin hunt that brought him to the NQRA, which was the Death Isle ruin hunting. Back then, Evergreen was known as the Death Isles because it was nothing but death and destruction.
No one ever survived.
But yeah. And of course, the people that he has as his relations, this is not updated in a very long while.
Yeah, so I was just looking at that.
Yeah. But he has his wife, Eleanor, or Ellie Camille. She is Silverstone. Of course, his otherwise being Iluka Janali. It was Jalia Summers, Iluka Janali, and Nefertari. For those that know it, like out of character, the players would know her as Lady Lucia, Lucia, the goddess of fate or evil, the goddess of evil. Of course, the person that stayed in his life as a sister figure that he could never get rid of, nor did he want to get rid of, was Maya, or her full name was Amelia Maya Usana. Named after Amelia Usana, the queen, the protector of the town of Blopsy. And of course, to this day,
it made things really awkward when she came back.
Yeah, it made really a lot of things awkward. So she never liked being called Amelia, but she wanted to be called Maya. That's how
she took her father's name instead.
And then his other basically sworn sister at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Amelia Usana herself, former traveling companion, current NQRA member, alive. Added in there as well, sister by choice, because there was a running joke back then that anytime he said, Amelia, I'm going out, he would always come back with another woman or with another wife or another problem. So anytime he went out with Amelia, I'm going out, at one point she stopped him, and thus the backyard happened, because anytime he said that, he would have to convince Amelia to let him out of the house, which always resulted in him dying multiple times.
Because she had the ability to basically, if people died in front of her, she could just revive them back. But they still saw the Death Keeper watching them die repeatedly over and over. Because she was a mortal that had access to divine magic.
Not always the best thing that could happen, but like, yeah. Yes, going to the relationship he had with Maya, right?
Yeah.
The relationship he had with Maya was actually very, very simple.
Mm.
They met together for the Death Isle, like, ruin hunting moment where he had.
Mm.
That's when he lost his fedora, unfortunately. His hat.
It blew away on the ship.
It blew away in the ship, like any other, like...
It was also kind of out of character. We kept forgetting he had a hat.
Yeah, we kept forgetting he had a hat, so at that point we just made it go, like, blown away by the wind. For sure, at one point she did have feelings for him, but she found out real quickly that he didn't have feelings for her, not in the same way she did. So, like, he saw her as a younger sister he has to take care of and like scold, because let's be honest, she did plenty of things that needed to be scolded.
Even though there were like 1 year difference between the two of them.
Yeah, but it was enough of a difference for him to see her as a younger sister. So at that point of time, it just slowly became a thing where, yeah, no, they're just siblings. I don't know about you, but like, yeah, they're just siblings. It didn't help the fact that he also set her up with her husband, so it kind of helped. Just further emphasized that they were more sibling-like than anything.
Mm.
Meanwhile, with Amelia, Leon met her when he came back from the Death Isle excursion that he went on, where he went to the Grand Library, found about like a few things, and then he met Amelia, which he knew that, oh wait, where she came from was the Garden of the Gods. That's where like a god would be from time to time.
If you wanted me to god, that would be the place.
Yeah, even though it was a low chance still, but yeah. He didn't think much about it and offered like, oh, you're gonna go and find your husband? Well, I can help you.
He found out that she was the daughter of an archangel, and then that's why she's probably there.
Yeah. So he didn't think much about it, so he's like, oh. And she goes like, I need to get to Tarlis. Oh, I was gonna head over there anyway. So they made an entire trek from the Celestial Kingdom all the way down there. By the way, escaping from the clutches of the Celestial Army.
Yeah, they were on the run. She wasn't meant to leave there.
But here he was, stealing a woman away from the Celestial Kingdom. Someone important, might I add. And they went and traveled as like traveling companions, and that's how they got close and got to know more each other. But he knew she had a husband, and he wasn't interested in such a thing at the time. So it progressed into a more sibling-like relationship, where they like, it became a really close to sibling-like relationship.
It really did,
because like she had a husband that she still loved, and he didn't care much about her in that sense.
And like her story when she returned and the reuniting of the two of them was crazy. That was one hell of a night.
Yeah, it was one hell of a... And then
because like out of character, Sochi was like meant to be there, and he didn't fucking arrive until like midnight and like the end of session, and we're like, dude, where the fuck have you been? He's like, it's fine, I shouldn't get called away, I should be here like properly. I told them to leave me alone. And then it was like, I feel like there was tears shed. There was a very really emotional reunion, as you'd imagine.
Yeah. And yeah, that's the people that he had like basically relations with. We all know the wives and what their impressions of him are and what they feel happened with him. So we don't need to go in that, but yeah. So the story of Leon is the eldest child of the Maxwell family, which we later find out that he's not the only Maxwell, proper Maxwell. There are other Maxwells that, and again, we found out his father had not told him anything about the family. Actually, we should say that, actually. Should we say this about, like, the Maxwell family?
I think it's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Basically, the father had siblings, and he never told his son, or his daughter for that matter, about any of the siblings, because, like, he ran off
He abandoned his family. He didn't want to follow in their footsteps or
Yeah,
their like
the being
pressures.
merchant. But that's what they were. They were merchants before anything else.
He did it because he wanted his kids to have the freedom to choose who they wanted to be.
Who they wanted to be, where they wanted, what they wanted to end up being.
And not have to put their lives at risk to being traveling merchants.
Yeah, which his son decided to do something even more dangerous.
Yeah, which is why he's like, don't leave, don't do it.
It's not worth it. But yeah, found out some point of time he had an aunt, Leon's aunt, who was like a merchant dealing with artifacts. in Corchus again, it never seems to stray far away from artifacts, and we found out in the past, the first Maxwell did that also in the town of like in Fion's town, where she'd bring like little random doodads from like historical sites and everything, and she would sell it to them, and he would ask if she could find anything of legendary status. You know, it was like an entire. They've always been merchants that dealt with artifacts, and it's funny that in Lyon, he went from selling those artifacts to finding those artifacts, very much like the first Maxwell.
Mm.
It was a great exposition to the story that we never found out about
until
way later. But yeah, so yeah, the eldest son of the Maxwell family of his father, he had been taught by a group of 6 veteran ruin hunters. So ruin hunters have always been a thing in the world at that point. And they happened to be John Quilty and his gang. Most, if not all of them, were dwarven, or at least half dwarven. So he learned how to drink from them as well. When Leon, when adventuring and everything, he had no idea where they were, or even if they were still alive. And when he found out about them, of course, he visited them, showed them like, hey, I became a ruin hunter much like you guys did, and they, of course, made him drink, and of course, he still failed at that.
And they still called him a weakling.
He still called him a rookie, despite all things. The only 6 people that didn't call him a rookie would still call him a rookie. He actively works as a ruin hunter with a contract to the Celestial Kingdom. That's how he had access to the areas where a normal person shouldn't have access to. That's how he met Amelia, because he had been in the Grand Library at that point.
Yeah.
So, he was also the active member of NQRA. Will help if necessary. He was fluent in Common and Celestial, but he can't speak Celestial.
No, because he didn't have the magic to speak it.
Yeah. He can speak and understand Giant okay, and he has very, very basic Elven. He is a self-proclaimed amateur historian, prides himself on taking proper notes on history. He has a very bad naming sense when it comes to naming artifacts that he has found, despite the item probably having a proper name already. Literally. He found a cube that emits light. You know what he called it? The cube of light.
Yeah, it's very...
That's it. The light cube. There you go. He named it the light cube. But then, of course, in the future, slowly, he got better at naming it. But yeah, he had a really bad naming sense and always had to have a second opinion about it. He has celestial magic, but but that was later on in his life, basically. But even then, he lost it. Then we had a list of all his artifacts that he found as well. He found a bronze
It's not
coin.
complete. There's still some missing.
No, well, these were the massive big ones.
Yeah.
A few misspelling. But yeah, artifacts he found. The most notable one was a bronze coin called the Karametra, that he called the Karametra, that accelerated the growth of plants. A cube that emits light, doesn't seem magical, but there's no sign of it being mechanical either, which is the light cube. The giant's Isom, Brander's Tiller, so one of the giant's ancient artifacts, was what he found as well. He also found the gold coin that looked like Karametra, which is Tori.
Yeah. Which
was
you
used-
need the 3 coins. You need the gold, silver, and bronze coin in order to use the tiller.
Yeah, and Maya had the other one, the silver coin, but she had half of the silver coin.
Yeah.
Because the other half she decided to do an experiment on, and he was so upset. But they managed to fix it.
Yeah.
Luckily enough. Luckily, they had 2 giants that can handle it. But yeah, he got the gold coin Dori, which is used to grow things, the seeds of the growth. And of course, he also found the sword, like the sword hilt of Alios, which was called Skyline. That was a massive thing. That was a massive secret thing that, to the point where Amelia goes, no one can find out about this. I will take this from you. And he had no, because she was using God voice on it. That was how dire it was.
Yeah. Alios's story is kind of fucked.
Yeah, it's fucked. And of course, one of the things that he got was a thing for Silver, which is the Chaos Stone, one part of the Chaos device.
Which technically she didn't need.
But he got it for her. All the best for the wife, right? His way of like trying to show love,
Woo a woman.
Woo a woman is like over the.
Very over the top.
These are his thoughts on the NQRA members. Ethel Licata.
Yeah, Licata. I actually still have, I think I still have the
picture. Ethel was Sochi's character at the time, and this is the thought Lyon had about Ethel. Valuable, but questionable. He seems useful in combat, and leadership qualities seem to be there, but he lacks proper logical thoughts on some things. Due to Ethel's action when he got back without Talus and what he heard about from Amelia, his respect for Ethel has gone to rock bottom. He'll be myth with Ethel for a little bit. Of course, that has changed by the end of it, but yeah, he didn't really have a good impression on Ethel, other than the fact that he is good at some things. Would you like to show Ethel?
I showed Ethel already.
Oh, you showed Ethel already?
Yeah.
And then Mary. Mary was another sister-like figure that he had. It seems that he always has. He seems to find sisters in the weirdest of places. Mary Joanne, valuable and somewhat.
Her name wasn't even Joanna. It was Mary Joanna.
Yeah, but she never said that to him.
She did. She always introduced herself as that.
Mary Joanne.
Yeah.
I don't know why. No, not when the first time she introduced herself to him. It was more Mary Joanne, and then she started using Mary Joanna afterward.
That's her full name.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, she never said that, so she always thought her name was Mary Joanne.
Interesting, but yes, continue.
Valuable and somewhat dependable, despite her young appearance, it seems she has some priorities straight.
Some. Keyword.
Though her addiction to crystals and overly curious mind might be dangerous, she seems to have some worldly experience that can be of use. She truly is like my little sister. I wonder if she would have grown up to be like Mary without an addiction to crystals, is the comment he had in there. Let's see. So we
Yes. Change the music. Mix it up. Something more bubbly.
Something more bubbly?
Yeah, I don't want to fall asleep. This works, I guess.
But yeah, and then Rear, still not too sure. Definitely doesn't like the fact that he has made a contract with a demon. That demon seems quite familiar. Have I run across it before? It couldn't be. What am I thinking? Why would it make a contract with him anyway? So on his first ruin hunt, Lyon found a top hat, just a random top hat in the middle of a dungeon. And he accidentally set free a demon who had been caught inside the hat.
One special hat, alright?
So it's a very special hat, apparently. And that's where he got his first scar, which was around he went through hell to get through this dungeon.
Yeah.
First solo run ever as a ruin hunter.
Well, yeah, because the hat got basically released, the demon got released, and the demon made a deal with this little child Rhea. And, yeah. Freddy was born.
That's Freddy.
I think I still have Freddy. I do have Freddy. This is Freddy.
This is Freddy.
Freddy is the demon that Rhea claims to be his best friend, quote unquote, but not really best friends. He fights with him
you're
more.
not showing them the right screen.
Oh, right. There you go. This is Freddy.
He's a little teddy bear. And then he thought of Tal as an odd elf. He needs more interaction with him before he can conclude anything.
Oh,
Something does seem off about it.
Okay. So, Aethel. Oops. I closed up there. Mary. Rhea. And Rhea is accompanied by Freddy. And then, of course, we have Lyon as well. And then Alice.
But yeah. So yeah. He never got to understand what the celestial corruption was fully.
Yeah.
He didn't know that it was only his family that had it either. So
Yeah.
he never got to learn more about it. He had the celestial oath, but we know what the celestial But yeah. He had a to-do list. Yeah, actually.
He did?
Yeah, he had a to-do list.
Show Ellie his dagger throwing skills. The fuck?
Yes. Tame a griffin and find John Quilty's grave at Corchus.
Well, you definitely tamed a griffin, and I'm pretty sure
He did visit.
you did visit John Quilty's grave.
And he did show Ellie the dagger throwing skills.
Mm-hmm. Well, the wives had a competition in combat against Lyon.
And Lyon managed to somehow be straight dead center in the middle of everyone.
Yeah. And all the wives fought each other as well. And funnily enough, Iluka was the most, like, impressive one. Of course, she only lost to Nefertari.
Mm-hmm. She was second place. It was... Wait, no. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was Nefertari.
No, Ellie beat her as well.
Oh, no, yeah, no. Ellie was on par with Nefertari. It was a tie.
Yeah, the two had a tie. Ellie, the chieftain's daughter of the giants, had a draw with a goddess. It was at that point of time, if Ellie wasn't scary enough to the other wives, she was scarier now.
Yeah, so it was Ellie, Nefertari, Tai, then it was Iluka, then it was Lyon, then it was,
Jalia,
and Zilva. Zilva's only at the bottom because she's purely magical.
She was a pure mage that needed someone to peel for her. But yeah. Then there's Leon's thoughts and the people he's met. Not everyone's here, so I'll just go through who he did have thoughts about. Amelia Usana. Amelia. He knows about her status as a goddess of battle, protector of reason. Her godlike form is not something he wishes to see on the other side of a battlefield. He didn't expect it to be more than he thought. He trusts her the most, even with his life. And then about Zilver. She knows of her Elven Lord status and has even made a contract of friendship with him. He praises her as a resourceful mage and researcher, especially in her part of chaos magic. He trusts her second, simply because of the life and death situation back in the fairy kingdom. She is his second wife. He loves her dearly and will, regardless of his strength, go protect her even at the cost of his own soul. And then there's Maya Jansen. He regards her as a promising researcher. Even thinks that one day she will definitely achieve a groundbreaking find. Oh yeah, she did more than just a groundbreaking. Until then, however, he still regards her as being too reckless for her own good. Though that inquisitive mind will definitely be useful for any findings he has in the ruin diving career. Then Ellie. Met her during a duration of a dream where he went to Oz. Thought they started as enemies. Though they started as enemies, she is now his wife and he tries his best to keep her happy. Though he lacks the confidence that he actually does. He loves her dearly and will, regardless of strength, go protect her even at the cost of his own soul.
And Luca is just not finished. And then there's Rico.
Sister-in-law through Zilver. She may seem intimidating to some. Yeah, you should probably show Rico, right? She may seem intimidating to some, but Leon thinks she's pretty cool. He will try his best to forget a certain comment made towards her back before he knew she was Zilver's half-sister.
This is Rico.
So yeah, they had a moment of time where they were having like a pretty good like interaction. Made a comment on something. To this day, she will never let him live that down.
No, he complimented her physique.
Her physique.
I guess it's the safest way to put it.
Yeah. And then Mark, the bartender. A good
Good old
bartender,
Mark.
tavern owner. He will occasionally pray that Mark stays in good health. He will occasionally pray that Mark stays in good health.
He put Mark through a lot of stress, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And then there's Gin!
He thinks of Kinsuke as this assassin, bartender, and overall good guy in Leon's book. He knows his way around booze, soon to be married to Mary, and seemed to be a good assassin. He can outdrink Leon due to life experiences. The only person that can beat him, but even then it's a bit like...
Here you go, this is Gin. Still stuff, there you go. He's pretty cool.
Good old friend, good old Ginsuki.
He's the one that will be around, and he's possibly going to come up in future
And then
season.
And then there's Dorothy. God, he still doesn't know much about her, but partly feels responsible for her current situation in the modern time. Though he has taught her how to speak common tongue, he still has yet to know much about her. He does respect her for her ability in being able to determine the quality of tools. He wants to know more about her, but is not sure where to start. Because it was the group decided to, you know what, we don't want to give this baby to that woman because that will lead her to have a terrible life and she'll probably die. So we'll bring her with us instead. Is what Mary said. So and Leon said, yeah, sure, let's do that. That's fine. Because he thought that, oh yeah, no, that she's not gonna come with us. Yeah, no, that. But then Ellie and the child also came into the world with them. So, and the child immediately grew up. She did not stay as a child.
No, I don't know where she is. So
You don't have her picture,
I do somewhere.
but
I
it's,
found it earlier. Actually, I think it was previous seasons.
he even had. I forgot. I even made an entire like list of.
Oh yeah,
where
this
his
is Dorothy.
scars are. Oh, Dorothy.
Yeah.
There you go. She's very boyish.
Very.
But yeah, scars. Leon had scars, that's for sure. I even wrote down where specific scars that he had. So he has one that runs from his right shoulder to the crook of his neck. He got it from the first ever ruin he went to, and the reason why his sister made the light blue scarf for him. So when he was still training under Quilty and the boys, that's why he has his light blue scarf. It's very, very important scarf to him. And then from that same spot, from the crook of the neck, from the same spot on the right shoulder down to his lower left rib cage, he got that scar from the ruin where he set Freddy free. And then he has one deep scar on his left side from being stabbed by a spear trap, and then a small scar on the lower of his back from the dodging a different trap from the same ruin, diving for the third. So basically, he almost died in one of the ruins things. It was the time where he was very much close to just giving up on life, but he couldn't just kill himself. So he had these scars to remind him that, yeah. He even had like John Quilty's book, Ruins. He had a book that was not meant to be on the mortal realm.
Yeah.
And then, let's see. That's where he found the information about the griffins.
And then it went from there.
Yeah. And then, this is the time when he turned into a vampire. And this is when we were trying to figure out what to do with the vampire race, right?
Yeah, because we're like, okay, if this works out, then this is how we're gonna have to become as an actual race people can choose.
Yeah.
And that's how a new race was born.
The vampire. Because Leon didn't have a choice and his wife wanted him to be a vampire. With convincing arguments. But yeah, then I even had like a lifetime schedule, like a lifetime table schedule.
Yeah, that's the thing we were reading earlier.
Yeah. So Monday with Jalia, Tuesday with Silver, Wednesday with Ellie, Thursday with Aluka, Friday with Nefertari. Then he had free choice of Saturday and Sunday, self-time optional. By the way, is written down there. Self-time optional.
Yes.
He didn't have much time to himself.
Leon Bang, a vampire, new race now exists. They existed, but it wasn't available for players.
But then it became available for players.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Going through his journal, let's start. So, Leon's story began in the Celestial Kingdom, and he, we had the prelude, which was him and Maya going to the Isles and this and that.
Yep.
And then he'd come back and he made the deal with the Grand Library, give them artifacts and get access to books in return.
Yep.
And then that's what started him traveling with Amelia to get all the way back. Which was basically a chance for me to suss him out as a player and to suss out my DMing style and whether the system was right for him.
Yeah.
So we had a couple solo sessions to get through all of that so that he'd meet up with the rest of the party and see how it went.
Yeah.
But this is during the time we had a lot of dream campaigns, so the party would meet up in dream campaigns. But their characters, it wouldn't be in the real world, it'd be the dream realm where things worked a little bit different. So they weren't entirely not familiar with each other, right? But Leon had an interesting relationship with his god.
Right, with the Death Keeper.
Yeah, and let me find the Death Keeper. As you explain. There we go. Death Keeper.
So, Leon was a very, very, very fervent believer, like the Death Keeper. Probably because of what he went through, but he was he was very pious when it came to the Death Keeper. Even such to a point where it kind of scared Death Keeper a bit.
Yeah, he wanted to find out everything he could about this Death Keeper and this god. Because especially considering he lost his family, right? So there was almost like a little personal bias there. Plus, this was also your excuse for learning as much about my system as possible.
Yes.
Would smash. Next question. So the Death Keeper, a little bit of world lore. Death Keeper actually has a twin called the Dream Keeper. They both have actual names. The Dream Keeper, Death Keeper, that's just their title. Yeah, Animus and Deanimus. So, yeah. The Death Keeper is white hair and usually wears white suit and stuff, surprisingly. And then, the Dream Keeper is the one that has black hair and it's like the sort of complete opposite, the one that usually wears a black suit. I have
There's a reasoning for it. I don't remember what it
is. Well, the reason why is because the Death Keeper never wanted to be something people feared. He wanted to be like, the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
But the Dream Keeper is like, I just want to be stylish.
I just want to be stylish. Sometimes he'd wear black, sometimes he'd wear other colors.
This is the Dream Keeper.
I always assumed he wore a pink hoodie.
They usually always wear a cloak to hide their fate.
Cloak. There you go.
So the reason why the Death Keeper usually goes with a white cloak is because people then don't think he's the Death Reaper kind of situation, and they get less scared of him approaching them. The Dream Keeper says, well, we both can't wear white. And so would wear a black cloak to basically spite his twin brother. The Dream Keeper is very petty.
He is.
Extremely petty.
He and Leon did not have the best relationship at all. No.
Not at all. Neither did the Death Keeper with the Dream Keeper.
Yeah, no, Leon found him too whimsical, and Leon was just a buzzkill for like drink. But funny enough, they're like bros. By the end of it all, he set up his he set up the Dreamkeeper with the wife
With Maya.
with Maya.
So Maya married and got with the Dreamkeeper,
Yeah,
which is crazy.
it's just weird to think about that he set his sister up with the god of dreams. Again, Leon was not exactly like. He still had a few screws loose, let's be honest. He had.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand, like, you made a point here that says caused a lot of PTSD because of their fights, but they've stopped fighting recently.
Yeah, no, because they kept fighting a lot of thunder, lightning, and all that.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. And no one really knows how to contact the Death Keeper properly?
Yeah.
He's in areas where there's a lot of death. Makes sense, right? Oh, right, the Blood Moon.
The people that tried to do rituals to try and summon the Death Keeper.
But really, it was just a headache for the Death Keeper.
Yeah, because it made him have to clean up everything.
Yeah.
But yeah. And doesn't speak much. The Death Keeper would always be very, like, quiet. He would speak a lot more around Leon, funnily enough. But, like, to everyone else, he was quiet and, like, scary.
Yeah.
The last part. Probably is tired of dealing with soul cleaners.
Oh yeah, that's when you learn about Amelia and being an ascended god.
Yep. Yeah. All the...
That's Amelia's law. Reading the 2nd Battalion that lost the men when they were attacked by the FOC. And she was trained directly by the Angel Michael.
That's also where we found out Leon, with a really, like, good body, would have been unstoppable.
Yeah.
That dream where Leon
Yeah,
took
'cause-
control one of the soldiers, one of the elite soldiers.
Yeah.
He was so good. We actually had to stop.
Yes. Leon has video proof of them feeding cupcakes to each other.
What? Where? What are you reading?
Amelia has a necklace that's a bent sword that will join up if connected with April's necklace to make a heart. And Leon has video proof of them feeding cupcakes to each other.
Oh yeah.
Why? Why is
that
that
was
in
the
there?
dream. That was the Valentine's Day dream. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Realm of Forgotten Souls. Stream of souls bathe in it to lose mortality and gain immortality. Oh, that's what makes her properly a god.
Yeah.
This was actually like, oh, that's so fucking funny. I'm not gonna show you that. There's a statue of Amelia. Originally, that is forever in Blopsy. That she basically got turned to stone. Her story was she got turned to stone trying to save the town, so she became an actual, like, statue. And everyone would go and praise to her. And, hope that she comes back, hopes that she protects them. And indeed she did.
And through this, you found out a little bit more about the deities, but like, yeah. So Maiden, Heart Love, and Motivation broke off from Trinity. Ganther, Strength of Physical Body and Environment. And Spirit. So the three of them make into the Holy Trinity. Then Shade, Goddess of Shadows and Stealth, chosen instead of ascending like Amelia. She is currently in hiding for unknown reasons for Leon at the time. We find out in the future, however, she just didn't want to be around people.
She's very introverted.
It's very introverted.
We also found out that Shade was actually originally a guy in her life.
Yeah.
But no one knew her identity, so they prayed to her like she was a woman.
Yep. Easier for the people to believe her to be like an artistic woman. God, but yeah, no. It was funny. Astra, Night and Stars Guidance, God of Wind.
Oh, God of Wind, that's Aelios. He just never
Aelios,
put his name in there.
And Elven Goddess of Spring and Woodland, because like he never got the name of it. Also, that's how we used to spell Steva before.
Yeah, instead of an I.
Yeah, but now people just write it with an I.
Remember, like, so the way that gods work in NQRA is basically to be ascended, you have to have a certain amount of humans believing in you, that you are the, like, pinnacle of this trait.
Yeah.
And if humans and people believe in you enough, then your soul, instead of going to rest, will be basically put through the stream and
see if you're qualified to become a god.
Yeah, and then you'll be turned into like a god soul, so it's less of a soul, and that's actually becomes your being. So however the people believe you to look like, believe you to be, that's kind of what you turn into.
Yep, and that's how, like, Lyon, like, in his death, he becomes the god of adventure. That's why Maya became the god of knowledge. But yeah, did they have a relationship now? Shade? The story of Shade is actually funny, but we can go into that when we talk about a different character. It's funny to think about how it all started with that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, but back then, Lucisa was the god of nightmares, created demons for torture, and very angsty, is what people would say, wishes pain and torment on people. But no, that was just like slander, basically.
That guy turned into a female. Did they have a relationship? No.
Do they have a relationship? They're in a relationship.
No, Shade is not in a relationship with
herself. No. Well, it's difficult.
No, he's not her.
He's made in the image of herself.
Yeah,
but it's not
accidentally.
Her. Yeah. So we might as well go into that story, right? Shall we?
Kyo?
Yeah, about Kyo.
We can. So she's just messaging me, so I'm just answering him for a second.
So yeah, the story of Shade, right? Okay. So we later find out that Shade is actually hiding from people because she's an introvert. Fully just, I don't want to deal with people. I just want to paint. And they made me into a goddess, so I guess now I can paint forever. I don't know. So one night she was just remembering what, her past self, what she looked like, what she did as, male Shade, right? And she painted what would be like a male version of Shade. Actually, you might want to show them Shade. And
yeah, I will. Yeah.
Sochi, okay?
Yeah, no, he's like, oh, like, does she still have her apartment in Montaluna? And I'm like, you guys went to prison. I'm pretty sure it got claimed. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Amelia?
Yeah.
Like his character currently?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's like, I just heard that we might be leaving Montaluna, and I'm like,
might?
You're already out of Montaluna, my dude. But yeah. Alright, I'll wait to see what he says. What am I after? Shade, right?
But yeah, let's show you what Shade looks like currently. Yeah, that's what Shade looks like currently. What her believers has made her into.
Yeah, this is what her believers believe her to look like, and that thus is what she became.
Yeah, so...
But she was always a very non-masculine male.
Yeah. Like, it makes sense, right? Like, they would keep their identity hidden for the things that they did.
She was a graffiti artist.
Yeah.
And, very agile, and was a shadow... Shadow elf? Yeah. She was a shadow elf, so she disappeared in and out of the shadows, and she'd actually paint with shadows. And everyone was always looking for her next piece, her final piece, that was hidden. No one knew Shade's identity. No one even knew her name. She doesn't even remember her name, becoming a god. It wasn't something that she planned. But
yeah.
Yeah, eventually she woke up as a god one day, and it got explained to her, and she's like, but I'm pretty sure I was a guy. They're like, well, you're not anymore.
Not by your followers' standards, no.
Would smash. But yeah, that's Shade's, like, story. She died.
Terribly.
She
got stuck in her own shadow and couldn't get out.
She basically suffocated to death. and never finished that final piece of work that everyone was looking for.
Yeah. What was the reason for it? Why they got stuck in the shadow? I think
She stayed in there too long. Remember, being in the Shadow Realm, you can only stay in there for a certain period of time before it takes control of you rather than you controlling it.
Yeah, and
she learned that the hard way.
Yeah. But then, she became a god, and then for a while, she just got used to it. And one day, while she was like reminiscing about the past, she painted like what her male self.
Yeah, what she thought she painted what she thought she looked like as a mortal.
Yeah.
What accidentally happened though was because she's still linked to the Shadow Realm more so than any of the other gods. The Shadow Realm is linked with the Dream Realm, which is linked to Limbo, where the lost souls stay, and one of the lost souls connected for a brief moment and saw this image and went, "That's me. That has to be me. That's who I'm gonna become." And
no, it's not even that. They saw like shade. So this lost soul had seen shade go in and out of limbo constantly because of the Shadow Realm stuff. And the lost soul fell for her so hard. Because this lost soul has been a lost soul before Limbo was Limbo. Do you remember this season?
Yeah, look, it's been a while, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, basically he was born in Limbo, never left Limbo. He has the memories of every single thing in Limbo.
Fine, shut up.
It's so many.
Damn. Everyone, PewDiePie is live. My friend is live. Someone else is live. The fuck is happening?
Damn, everyone's live.
My god.
But yeah, what even before Limbo? But yeah, like before Limbo was known as Limbo, it always existed.
Yeah, it just never had a name.
It's like the in between that no one really talked about.
The nothingness, I guess.
Yeah.
The abyss.
Yeah, he was that soul. He lived his entire life thinking he was isekai, but it actually just was a bunch of different scenarios and memories and everything. But yeah, he felt so hard for this goddess that when he saw her again, he basically latched onto the painting, and the painting became a person or a reality.
Yeah, basically the painting got a soul, and so he stepped out of the painting one day and frightened the life out of her, and she panicked, knocked him unconscious. And then brought him to another god and said help. And then he was dropped into the overworld to live a life.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame her. But yeah, and then she finds out this lost soul is like purely devoted to her, like completely devoted to her.
Like his only aim is to be with her.
Yeah, like he was that down bad. His goal was, I will become a god just so I can be with her. And it kind of like made she kind of liked it.
She very much
liked it.
He never got to be with anyone in her mortal life.
Mm-hmm.
So this was like a dream come true situation. She's very lonely.
It's very. It was so bad, but like, cause like that was his story. I never thought it would like overlap with what Shade's feelings for him was. So yeah, and he like, is this canon now though? Can we confirm like if Kyo's thing is canon now?
Which part?
When he ascends to godhood.
Oh, he'll be a god of cooking for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, so the god of arts and god of cooking are in a relationship kind of situation. Yeah. He's down bad that she literally accepted the begging Riz. Lol. No, he didn't. I guess, yeah, but he didn't really beg. He like, I will prove it to you. I will prove to you this.
Are we gonna bring up Kyo's other partners and companions?
Yeah, no, Kyo also went down the road of having a harem. That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah. God of Food presentation is born this day. God of Food and presentation. But yeah. Kyo also had a harem. Funnily enough, Kyo went and got with one of Leon's kids, Arya.
Yeah, he got with this girl.
Because it was what caused it to work out that way?
He helped save her in she was being harassed by paparazzi.
And she was almost like dehydrated from not drinking in a while.
Yeah, so she fed on him, and then he didn't say no to her advances because she'd never fed properly on a human before, and it was almost a repeat of what happened to her mother and
yeah, it was exactly
father.
Almost 1-to-1, but without the bad feeling afterwards.
Yeah. So she went a lot further than she was expecting to go with someone, and then she's like, I can't just let him leave now. So
now he's mine.
Yeah.
And he's not saying no. So yeah, that would happen.
So she's like, we'll be in an open relationship, so you can still live your life, I can live mine. Like, it's, you know.
Yeah.
And then she realized that she didn't want an open relationship. She wanted him.
Proper one, him, like just him. And then found out he has been going fine with that open relationship stuff. Really, like, they had a really emotional moment. It almost went to them like breaking up. But like, he has now proven to her that like I am the man that you want me to be in a situation.
Yeah.
Because she knew he wanted to get with the goddess. She was fine at that. But she goes like, but while you're still immortal, you're mine. You got that? And he goes, yeah, no, that's fine. That's okay. It's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, he got with Arya. And then of course with Shade.
Yep. And then one of the other one was a celestial soldier. Hilda.
Oh god. I'm gonna be curious what your reaction to Hilda's gonna be.
Okay, what's your reaction going to be on Hilda, Red Chapter?
Let me open.
Because the way he met Hilda was because of him visiting Tarlis to do like cooking. Genuinely, it was just that, do cooking. And
this is Hilda.
Yeah. And what ended up happening was he But it didn't start it off as like a relationship like that at first. No, they started traveling because they happened to need to go to one place to like at the same time. So
yeah. So Hilda was on her, I guess, like
self-discovery year.
Self-discovery, like a celestial army allows their soldiers once in a lifetime to go out, see the world, decide if they want to come back and be part of the army or if they want to settle down and have a family. And Hilda was like, it's fine, it's something that we have to do. And she's like, it's probably not a bad idea, so I want to go and see the place that, you know,
Lady Usana went to.
Yeah, she was a big Usana fan. And so she ended up finding herself going all the way to Evergreen.
Yeah, going to Evergreen. And that's when... Yeah. Because it is also at the same time that the group also met Yuna.
Yeah.
And Kyo and her didn't go into any sort of relationship, no.
No, Yuna was literally like their pet. Like
a little pet they had. They had to feed once in a while. But she was a weird mix of a half beastkin, half elf kind of situation.
Yeah, she was a cat girl.
She was a cat girl elf with she had the elf ears and cat ears.
Yeah.
But her cat ears didn't really work in that sense.
They weren't for hearing, they were just for looks.
Yeah. Would gladly be a chair, ma'am. Damn. But yeah, Yuna was part of the Meowcenaries, which is like an ancient shadow organization
for like beastkin.
Yeah, for beastkin, specifically cat people, like assassins.
Cat elf girl, yeah.
Yes. She literally was just like the party's like pet.
Yeah, she'd go and steal money from other people.
And then bring it over.
And then bring it back like, look, I made money. Did you actually, or did you steal it?
Well, a bit of both.
It's a bit of both. They gave it willingly.
Without conscience. But yeah. So that's how his party got started. That's how his food cart started. And then partway through, Hilda began to develop feelings towards
Kyo.
And Kyo didn't push it back. He gladly accepted it, and because he was starting to have at that moment of time that reminiscing feeling of missing his old world where he came from. And so they got together. And then they went to Evergreen because that's where some of the most exotic food like ingredients come from. Kyo's entire existence was like, if we can cook it, I will. And that's
Yeah,
what
it was campfire cooking was the
campfire
inspiration.
cooking, yeah.
The anime campfire.
Campfire cooking was such a good anime.
And so when they were in Evergreen, he
Came across a
he came across he needed a new knife.
yeah.
So he went to one of the merchants, and one of the merchants looked at him and went, "I like you."
I really like.
This was the merchant. She's Kanum, so she's part demon, or no, she's full demon. Kanum is kind of like tiefling.
Yeah.
They have like the horns, the tail usually. But in her case, like it's some of the parts are optional depending on it's literally just luck for them when they change from demon form to human. And she just happened to have like some small hair. There's some small horns in her hair.
And this was interesting. She had a very, very keen interest on Kyo, but only in that sense of she wanted to get with him kind of situation, right?
Yeah, she just wanted to sleep with him. That was it. Yeah, she was very forward.
She was very forward, but funnily enough, it wasn't Kyo that did accept like the advances. It partially Hilda helped her get Kyo to accept her into doing something.
It was also accidental.
Right, we should show them Kyo, what Kyo looks like.
I don't have Kyo's picture, so...
Really?
No. So basically, Hilda and Samara, so this girl and the other one with the chair, they end up going into a... They go to wash in, like, the lake or something like that, right? This is Kyo.
This is the character that I was playing when it was happening. So yeah.
So the celestial girl and the demon, the Kanum girl, they go bathing in the lake, and
got turned on.
They made sure they joined Kyo, who was already in the lake. Poor guy.
The poor guy was just having a nice.
He was just having a nice swim.
He was just cleaning himself.
And the two girls decided that Hilda went in and was like, I want him, and then Samara's like, not on my watch, and so the two of them both went for him, wanting to see who basically would win. But little did they know,
they kind of made like a contract.
They made a demon contract accidentally between the two of them. So whatever Hilda experienced, Samara was going to experience.
And
that was the
Samara
demon contract.
Experience, Hilda would experience.
Yeah. And so what ended up happening was
Hilda got pregnant.
Hilda got pregnant, which automatically made Samara go through exactly what Hilda was going through. So she also got pregnant, even though Kyo didn't actually properly do anything with her. She felt everything that Hilda felt. Yeah, so that made things very, very interesting. They were both there, so when all of it was happening.
Poor man got jumped when he was bathing. That's what happened.
Kyo is such a conundrum.
He is, and that led to a massive argument with her and him and Arya, and a lot of things. But then...
and not just that, the two of them were both. Hilda got twins, so that means Samara automatically got twins.
And Hilda had such a massive crisis of like, shit, I'm a celestial and I just made a contract with a demon.
Yeah, then it really fucked over her chances in the celestial army.
Mm-hmm.
She could never go back to the celestial army if they found out. As well as she then gave away her celestial oath to Kyo.
But, then that led to them meeting with Emilia Usana. And that led to Lyon having a stern talking with Kyo.
And with Arya.
And that led with that led to Yo becoming a changed man.
Yeah.
He didn't go for any other woman afterwards, funnily enough, right? He said, like, yeah, there's Hilda, there's Mara, and there's Arya. No one else. Nope, no one else. And God, throughout the entire time, Arya was so pushy and wanting kids that Leon had to go, at the very least, give him a year to prove himself. We don't know if I'm gonna let him be with you still.
Yeah.
He did prove himself to be a good man. He, since then, he's the reason why I've made KFC canon in NQRA.
Yeah, his food card is called Cure's food card, KFC.
Yeah.
So it's now canon in the
And
well.
yeah, so if you go to KFC, you can randomly gain like a boost to your stat if you eat there for once.
Yeah. So that's Cure's story. And eventually at the end of it all, after he's lived a very happy life with, well, lots of children, he does end up becoming a god of cooking and ends up being with Shade.
Yeah. It is so funny to think that how down bad Shade was for him as well at one.
Yeah. 5 or 6 kids? Well, there's at least a twin, so that puts him to
So
4. That's at least 1 kid from
I
Arya.
think it was like 2. I think it was 2 kids for each of them. It was 6 total.
I feel like he'd probably have 2 kids with Arya. They wouldn't be twins. They'd be like...
Oh, they'd be like hard, but they wouldn't.
Yeah.
They're not. And you know, happily enjoyed being able. Like these girls, mind you, their stats were way beyond like the
They were crazy. Cure wasn't a fighter. They were.
Yeah, he was the cook. He just cooked food, and you know, in the world of the NQRA, in like both systems, actually, right? A cook can increase the stats of a player so long as they cook, you know, different foods.
High quality and different foods. And Cure was feeding them very well.
He was feeding them well. They legit, they could not, like, there was no way they could go back to eating normally, not with Kyo being like there to feed them. It came to a point where Yuna didn't want to leave Kyo's side simply because, but the food is so good. So she just stayed traveling with him because the food he got, like he made, was so good. But she'd disappear from time to time because of the Meowcenary stuff, but she'd come back. And same with Samara. She'd like, the kids are raising the kids and everything. But when they were grown up, she'd still stay because like his food was still. He had really good cooking modifiers. He almost always had 90 something cooking out of 100. It was crazy.
It really was.
But yeah, the stamina. That's good that he has the stat boost. No, genuinely, yeah, no, it was his cooking. He would not be.
And like, depending on if after they'd done something like intimate, then he'd always get vitality boost food afterwards.
Yeah,
because you roll for what stat you get.
Yeah, it's a roll to see what stats the food give. And it was almost always that if he cooked after intimate moments, it would always increase their vitality. If nothing happens, it will usually randomly intelligence, strength, agility, one of them. Sometimes wisdom. But then it would almost always be vitality boosting. So they were pretty tanky. They were pretty good and tanky.
Yeah, they were.
They also just had one of the best stats like a person can have, just because Kyo kept feeding them really good.
It's fitting. It is. It really
fitting,
is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's Kyo's story. Let's continue on the Journal of Lyon. That's just him collecting information about the demons.
Yeah, information collecting demons.
Chaos Exon.
Box. Chaos Device. Another night in Choo Choo.
Wait, what?
Okay, hold on.
Where are you looking?
I'm like so far down.
Alright, I'm at Leon's current situation. It's just after the, Chaos stuff.
That's current situation. So he had a list of like what he wanted to achieve, that I wanted to achieve, kind of, for the
Yeah.
character. So, which is a travel companion of Emilia Usana. Main goal is to escort her back to her hometown, which he did. Um, he had a little note to call Amelia by her name Amelia instead of Usana when outside. When outside, um, he also had an interest in finding out who, like her husband is. That this guy that she's so like,
That she's coming back for.
yeah, that she's coming back
And then,
for.
yeah, he finds out it's Aethel. And
Yep.
then his other interest was to explore ruins,
To
which
find
makes sense.
trinkets, yeah, to find more artifacts and all that.
Maybe work with Zilva.
Yeah, maybe like it was still a maybe because she was avoiding him at the time, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have work with Silver regarding ruin exploration in the Elven Kingdom. Uh, he did finish the job. That's when he found out she had chaos magic, and they had he had to try and find the coin, the last coin for
The giant.
giant isles, for the giant, and he did find it. So that's that. And then most of these would be like different works, different things that like throughout the sessions. The first session he was in was the Valentine's Day session. So, and these are all taken in with his like in first person.
All right, yeah, read away.
So yeah, Valentine's Day notes. I've met a weird group of people that seem to be appointed to try out a Valentine's Day celebration. I don't know any of these people, but it looks like they're experts of love. Experts of love? Question mark. I seem to have walked off on my own and am now looking at the chocolates at the confectionery store. These chocolates are more expensive than I thought they would be normally. Is this because of the Valentine's Day thing? Huh. Maybe Amelia would be interested in these things. Maybe some chocolate would help her calm down a bit. It would work with my little sister, but does that work with an ascended god? Does chocolate help calm a god? Not sure. I think one of the people came looking for me, but I'm not too sure. Where am I anyway? I don't think I've ever been here before. Is this a dream? That's when he finds out it's a dream. And then he had the thought of, can I bring these things back? Does that Amelia like dark chocolate or white chocolate? Does she prefer a more bitter type chocolate? Maybe she likes ones with fillings instead? Like he had like all these questions and thoughts in his head, like, what do I bring back as a souvenir? Do I even have my money? I have my phone. I should have my money. It's so far it's very like it's just things that he thought about.
Yeah.
And what he said, they talked about the Dreamkeeper like a friend.
Yeah, because the party was very close with the Dreamkeeper.
Yeah. And the three people finally got me. Oh. And then that's when things changed. Like Amelia is a bit different from what she usually looks like. And then she took a picture of like Amelia being fed chocolate by Aethel.
Oh, you even added the rolls in there. All right.
Yeah. I instruct the couple after persuading them with a 19+1 to make chocolates. This is my way of trying to get Amelia get accustomed to others that might be friends, not knowing it was her. Yeah, he's just trying to help her make friends, but instead he just made her have a moment of like time with her husband.
Yeah.
Recorded the entire process. That's why I had the video.
Having
both Aethel and her name at the time was Mia. And that's what she was being called in that dream, as well as the couple that I've been instructing up until they are done, even asking them to show proof that they have made it under their supervision. I make a makeshift strength hammer contraption thing, convince one couple to join us and record the entire process, watching Aethel trying to persuade Amelia to eat a cupcake. I persuaded Aethel and Mia to feed each other.
That's where the video came from. Got it. I'll take a picture to commemorate it.
I will record the fact that Aethel cleaned her face off of the cupcake frosting. I am taking a picture of the Dreamkeeper. We enter an arcade place. Mary attempted to help Ginsuke with financial side, but makes him drop his points instead.
His pants instead.
His pants is... Jeez. Tallis will attempt to win a giant teddy bear for Beely. He gets it. Ginsuke naturally got a teddy bear for Mary. I win 3 different fox plushies for my little sister. handed one of the standard plushies to Mia. This couple, Gin and Mary, makes me gag, but sure, it's cute in a sense. We're gonna make candles. I made a blue, green, yellow candle alone on Valentine's Day for $5.
Yeah.
I pushed Mia and Aethel to the metal workshop. They try a lucky dip and get a sword heart necklaces that make one full heart if together. I was put in a compartment with Silver. This was at the end of
This was on like a
Ferris
wheel. Yeah.
A purple-haired elf, a tattoo that might symbolize an elf lord. He had no idea what that was at the time. She seemed to have a job ready for Lyon, just waiting on her to ring him up in the real world. And he goes, she's definitely older than she looks. She definitely lived during the aged giants and seemed to call the giants friendly types. He doesn't know. Like, it was just a weird question mark.
He was just wanting to know more about her, let's be honest.
He told me that the trinket I found last time can be used to help growing crops during winter. About the artifact that he found.
Yeah.
And because of that, we'll definitely accept the request at a reasonable price, so long as it is worthwhile. And then he gained Silver's contact number. And then
this is the job, the elf and her odd job, right?
Yeah, the elf and her odd job. So he got Silver and Mark's contact number. So this is when he did his job, like partway through the.
So they were coming back from the top of the contingent. They were halfway. They were in Saloon in the desert.
And this is where he parted ways with Amelia for a bit, and will meet back with her at the middle tavern of Saloon. I see a familiar burned down town in an enchanted forest. I meet up with Silver over there.
So that was Talos.
So he went all the way through
the desert to the other side.
Yeah. I see. Take a picture of a magical map. It is not at all similar to what we have. Most of it is a forest, and there is a place called Motherland and Land of Grey underneath. It was smaller. The forest was more prevalent. No hyper city. Hyper city, yeah. There's a total of 6 states in the contingent instead of 13 that we have now, and we had instructions of how to get to this enchanted forest via the forest. And he found something in the forest, right?
Yeah.
Then they used the stream that flowed from Motherland just past the fairy castle, the Valley of Souls, as it's called. It is thought to be the source of the forest. Apparently, these things used to be the Fairy Kingdom statue. Abandoned King, the only one that didn't get lifted up onto the mushroom. So we had a little bit of drama for the fairy Kingdom.
This is like the Fairy Kingdom's like history lore thing.
Yeah. He's the reason that the elves got lord powers. At least that's what history told us. Silver was avoiding Starlight City stuff because she got cursed there. 3 days of travel near the celestial side near the mushroom. And then this is just
following the path there.
He found a way to get into the forest.
I just like this. It's just like taking note of the fairy's pettiness. I chose the dark path. Of course, it's fucking there.
We can see the base of the mushroom. We are at the king's statue. The writing is loosely translated to 100 slaves died, followed their step, and proved what high. Well, not put it past the fairies to be more petty. I continued walking backwards, and we see a tree with 4 different seasons on it. So, he was like, yeah, no, I'll just walk backwards. Oh, look, we're in the enchanted forest. Of course we are. We found a way into actual enchanted forest, which is what happened there. And then we found the Chaos Stone, last remnant of Mother Nox. And apparently Silver doesn't trust the Fae after what they did, right? That's what
that was normal for any elf though.
And that's when she told him that she is a Chaos Elf, and how the Chaos magic went extinct after the fall of the Mother Nox. Chaos magic is most closest to original magic that created the land, is what she told him. And after this, after helping her get the Chaos Stone, right? She goes like, okay, what do you want as a reward? And he just chose to have a contract of friendship with Silver. I actually wrote down Zilpa. And And then
Which I can't even remember like the like terms of that contract. It was just like a.
there was a bit of flirting. I remember there was
a
a bit of
lot of there was
no,
just a
no,
little
no, no,
bit.
no. For that part, there was a bit of flirting.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I could like easily just ask you out for dinner or anything, but for now, I think it's fine if I just have like the proof of friendship with you. And that's how he got his tattoo wrapped around his ring finger.
Yeah.
And then he went back to saloon, and we had the sheriff memorial parade.
Because the Marcus was the assassin name that was given to basically Silver killing people.
Yeah, and during that period of time where he was traveling back to saloon, she killed Billy, the sheriff.
She killed the mayor of Porteous,
Yep.
Billy the sheriff, the daughter of the head of police in Starlight, John Doe in the FOC.
Yep.
And then eventually the princess of Tarlis, yeah.
At the end of it all, we might come across Athel's group soon. God.
And then Old Dust, that was the old tavern.
Yeah, this is the old tavern of Dream. No, this is the actual story of Old Dust, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, it is. He had a dream. Everybody had a dream, but this he had a dream about like something. I forgot what it was, but essentially it told him to find out more about Old Dust, and so he did. He found this is when he found the oldest tavern of Old Dust.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Because Old Dust spelled like that was the name of the tavern.
Yeah. And right. I forgot about this too, the fact that that Lyon did a bounty hunt as well to get money. Found so many things. Oh yeah, I remember now. The wooden totem of a cowboy hat, ancient relic of old tavern. And a cat like
Totem thing,
totem thing. Holding the cat lets me see blue, what was actually purple, remnant of chaos magic. And basically, yeah, Mother Nox was fluent in chaos magic, spoke an entirely different language with her peeps.
Chaos tongue, yeah.
Light blue potion is MP potion. Purple is vial of chaos. I found the legal deed to the tavern Old Dust. I should hand this to Mark. Business transaction between Warlock and Lawrence, the owner, and for Lawrence, the owner for the cat food, to protect the safety of his personal items, because he was like, I don't know. Basically, he's like, oh, I'm good. I'm older. I'm dying. I need to find tavern to be safe.
Yeah, no, the letter that was with it was the doc said I only have a few hours left, not much time, and there's no one else to take over. A new town further south, maybe someone will be able to, like, take hold of this place. There's so many things that I want to pass down, but I hope that I prove that the place is still livable. Until I reincarnate, I hope someone can take over. And then there's some kind of, like, squiggle of Lawrence as, like, a signature. And then there was a vial of Lawrence's blood that was attached to the letter.
Had Lawrence's blood?
You drank it.
No, it wasn't me. It was Ethel.
No, you drank it.
Did I?
Yes.
Yeah, vial seems to have magic, so let's preserve it. Tried one or more things. Cat Totem does not like Amelia. Doesn't like warlocks. The vial doesn't react to Amelia. Arrive back at the tavern and talk with Mark about the deed. We'll be imposing upon him again until we meet the mayor and leave the place.
Mark ended up becoming the mayor, so...
Yeah. And then he did some bounty hunting and basics to stealth and money making in Old Dust.
Yeah.
So he got money through that. And then we had that moment.
There's a flashback about like Maya and the Evergreen Isles.
Yeah, and the Death Isles.
And
then we arrived in Tarlet.
Yeah, that's when he arrived with Amelia and they were going to meet up with Ethel.
Yep.
And the rest of the party.
I have won Mary a steak knife. Aethel a dining set. Rear traded his leather journal for my expensive.
Because yeah, there was a like a festival on.
Yeah. And then I gave Silver a golden delicious apple seedling. I had no real reason to keep it while traveling. I won a steak knife for myself. As we were heading towards somewhere else, I brought Silver with me to introduce her to Maya, who I met during my trip to the Land of the Giant. We met up, talked, and discussed about a few things. Had Silver
Alright,
and
take
Maya
care,
exchange
traveler.
comments. Yeah, take care, traveler. And got to witness Amelia finally reuniting with her husband. Talk with Mary about some things. I'll let Amelia explain the situation to them. Leon is still pondering exactly what he should do now that his mission was done. Maybe he can find out some ruins or other notable areas there, considering this is a region he hasn't explored yet. He went to sleep on the couch a bit forlornly. He thinks of his family before heading off to sleep. Leon misses them dearly.
And then he woke up right in the dream. That's when the prison episode happened.
We had it right, prison. Clearly I am innocent.
Mary is not.
We met two separate
and
groups.
This is when he meets Jasmine.
Who renamed herself in the future.
Yeah, so Jasmine ended up getting rid of her name and calling herself Rico.
Had a forced fight against Mary, lost said fight against Mary, found out the layout of the prison, talked to Mary about his plan. We met Casey. The man could just take all the keys with him and no one bats an eye. Doesn't have a key that can open up his bracelet, but he did have ours. Mary and I got our bracelets off. But considering this is a dream, does that mean our items are here? The answer is no. Before we could enact our plan, we woke up. Looks like Casey and Jasmine are truly in prison, but Old Man Elf isn't. Not too sure what his name was. The first instance of
Scatton. And then, yeah, of course, the first day in Blotsy.
He bought it immediately.
And this is when he found out that the NQRA, like him sleeping on the couch, meant that he was a part of the NQRA.
Yeah. He was forced into the NQRA without much choice.
And this is when they found out that the princess got killed.
Mm-hmm. And then...
And he went and buried the princess because she didn't get like a proper burial.
Yeah, they just left her as is. She was already like swelling up and everything.
Yeah, they didn't show her respect. He offers a little prayer to his lord to take care of the princess in the afterlife. And
then he came and like, wait, she was dead?
Like, the fuck, man? Yeah. He prayed until the Death Keeper arrived. The Death Keeper said the soul was not sensed. It was not labeled or anything. It was not even in a limbo. It was just there.
And that's when, we found out someone's planning something.
And he was like, this reminds me of the Crude War. Like, this is the last time it happened. Then, Crude War was a Chaos War. When Mother Nox basically did what Zilver was trying to do.
And then he came by the NQRA and bonked Mary.
Just that.
Yeah. Came back home to Mary, bonked her on the head, asked her how exactly had been put into the contract, ends up patting her head and saying it was fine.
Yeah, no, you scared Yuki that day.
Yes.
Then you interrogated Rhea about what he did at the grave of the princess.
I talked with the teddy bear.
Demon.
No idea what it was saying.
Yeah, look, Zilver is there. And then Maya went to the backyard.
You're talking about chaos magic. I've showed her notes about the cat, about how it took the spell. Gave Zilver the vial of chaos. Reacting to her, it began to glow and dim like pop rocks. Showed Zilver and others the vial of Lawrence's blood. I explained to them the magic of the cat might be what's keeping the blood fresh. Asked Amelia if she could sense magic in it. She says there's life force and began talking to Aethel about the thing you were talking about last time in the basement. Gave him some of my blood to analyze to see if he could do it. He did. I don't quite like the idea how he knew all of that happened in my inner self's emotion. Took off my scarf, making sure that I won't get dirty. I handed it to Silver because it was more than caress. Next to Amelia, that is. I drank the blood. Now Lawrence is in my mind.
Yeah, see, I told you drank it.
I hope that's the case. I'm going to need to speak to him more in my mind. Called in Maya. Now Silver knows that Now Silver knows I'm not all cool and composed. I would like to retort that I still am the well-prepared druid hunter, by the way. She just happened to see lapses in that
And
image.
this is where it all began.
I managed to have both her and Maya to work together, but not before Maya decided to shove the cat into the ground. That led to some interesting things happening. Ugh. I had let Silver explain what magic was used to kill the princess, yet yes, it was chaos magic. Accidentally let slip, the Death Keeper told me it was chaos magic, but that's all that I explained to them. Gave warning to the group, and even more subtle warning to Silver about the dangers of chaos magic. Then I asked the group what they were going to do now as the NQRA. They didn't really give me a good answer. I'm still going to have to reevaluate my
relationship with them.
We heard thunder and saw lightning outside. They were as if we caught the end of a conversation. And then he interacted with Silver.
Yes,
because
so
they had a coffee.
Yeah, they went to have a coffee at a cafe.
He was adamant about paying for her.
Yeah, and then she found out that the stone they found is one of 3 devices, chaos device. And then the possible locations of the other ones.
And then, as Silver would chuck with the elven state, she found out, considering things, and she found that different types of magic was used to make blood races. Sunsay overthrown. It is under the rule of a new queen. Oh, foreshadowing.
In case I get bored, it might be interesting how the Sunsay's prince's parents disappeared, and also how Ethel disappeared. And then you learn a little bit about the Fairy Kingdom history and how the royalty works.
Yep.
And then you're looking into Jasmine's magic at that point as well.
Yeah.
And then you just talked with Zilvar and probably flirted with her, let's be honest.
Oh, yes.
And then there was the Land of Other Time, which is Allie's story.
Yeah.
Which was a dream campaign, with basically kind of like Wizard of Oz, but before Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
And they basically find out about Dorothy, and they have to go and save Dorothy from, like, they get taken by a Glizzer. And then
there are ancient dwarves that went extinct, older versions of dwarves. I drew the houses, because they didn't look like houses. We seem to be in Moostoon Village, if the town was to be believed. Bubbles appear, and we see a fairy with iridescent colored wings and eyes. She is blonde. Her name is actually Bubbles. Not a nickname. Her name is actually Bubbles.
Yes, we do find out later on that it is a nickname, but she doesn't believe that that is her true name. She believes Bubbles is her true name.
She tells us to go to Emerald City before flying off to make sure her oven doesn't burn down her house.
Yes.
We followed the yellow brick road, met Fish and Fish the Scarecrow, and brought him along with us to the left. We met Tin Man named Jack, who Mary helped with the oil she found nearby. Persuaded him to join us to Emerald City.
And we found a Lion Club.
Lion
Club with Leo.
And brought him with us to Emerald City. His mother died through a fire. The Green Queen is looking for monkeys.
It sounds like a weird ass speech.
The Green Queen is the one in control of the Emerald City. She seems to be looking for monkeys since they are not smart. We found a hypnotic puppy. I poked it with Pesh Crow, and we now enter combat. We arrive at Emerald City, got stopped by the Green Queen. There was an attempt to try and kill her, but nothing worked. So Lyon, in a desperate attempt at finding a weakness, kissed her passionately. She is indeed a maiden with no experience of men.
This is not what I thought you meant, were her words, as Leon just smiles.
Leon asked her how to get the creatures of Oz into the Emerald City, but they said it was impossible because of a rule. He still said no. As a bargain, Leon asked her to let all 3 of us into the city so we could find maybe Eileen. We parted ways with the Green Queen Ellie and found an elf named Oswald. From this point on, I need help from Sochi and Yuki because I called Paul from my family. Because I got called away at the moment because we were celebrating a birthday. We made an agreement to help each other. He helps us get up the tower. We help him become the next ruler. Oz asked how and why Leon was sure it'll be easier to get up the tower, but Leon merely said he found a way, to which he understood on the slight smidge only.
We haven't...
I should go to the toilet as well. So I'm gonna put away my plate and go to the toilet. Be right back.
Alright, back. It's good timing. The outbreak just ended.
Nice. But yeah,
Um,
basically we did an entire dream of the Wizard of Oz.
I do want to read this part. Like, he Leon stayed behind to talk to Ellie. And, Leon said, I'm a man with nothing to lose but everything to gain. And then she replied, I have so much to lose, but even more to gain. And then he finally convinced himself that it'd be fine to let someone in after all of these years. And, yeah. He woke up with Ellie and baby Dorothy.
But yeah, that was the start of him going, like, maybe it's not too bad to let someone. Who knows? And then he woke up with Ellie by his side. He goes, oh, shit.
As expected, Ellie immediately screamed and rushed out of the bed.
Where are you reading?
Just scroll down a little bit.
Or the ways of green Ellie. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, then people realized that she was actually from a different timeline.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Dorothy, she was a really good craftsman, and so she managed to get herself set up as a new craftsman in the NQRA, and Ellie got a lot closer with Leon. And then Leon found a little bit more about Silver. And that's sort of when they breaking into her past, and that's when they went and found the documents. Yeah.
killed. Yeah, no, all the fucking people were named Mike in there for whatever reason.
I killed 2 more mics in the M1 room. I'm now wearing one of the Mike's lab coats.
After alert raised to 30, we're going to B3 level now. Switches to level 2 and level 3 card undetected. Or level something's about to complete. Yeah, no. Silver files and all that. Yeah, this is the part where he did the knife thing and Silver had
Yeah, then Silver like was like,
reaction.
that was hot. And then
He goes, huh?
what? And then they found out about Silver's history, which, like, you know, the fact that her mother and father were elves and that her dad was an elven lord.
Yep. Her family killed the Elven King that was about to unite the Fae and the elves. Yep.
Yep. And that her actual name is Shia Silverstone. And that, yeah, she was a child of chaos, who was born basically cursed. Chosen, I guess, in some sense of the word, chosen by the Chaos Exon.
Father disowned both mother and Silver.
Yeah, the father just threw mother and daughter into a facility for them to be tested on. And, yeah, lots of trauma.
Yeah,
then Silver broke out, changed her name, and changed her looks.
Yeah.
And yeah. And then she's told Leo that she's interested in joining the NQRA and that she's interested in Lyon.
Told me her story, and Leon's told her his. Yep. And then then this is about Jasmine.
Yeah, because you went to the prison and you end up meeting Jasmine. And
yep.
I'm not sure exactly. I can't remember how you guys broke Jasmine out of prison.
So we managed to convince, like, oh yeah, she's gonna be transported to a higher, like, an isolated, like, containment area.
Oh right, and then the van got attacked near the forest.
Yeah. And
she disappeared.
Even though she was right there in Modeluna. No, it was in Modeluna for a while.
Oh yeah. And then yeah, that was that whole nighttime thing where she was desperate for human connection because she hadn't been held in so long. And Lyon was the only one there, and then Silver walked in and goes, "Hold up, wait a minute." And that was interesting. That's when they found out that Silver and Jasmine, or Rico, they were sisters, half sisters. And then this is like the onsen thing, right?
Yep, and they had like the choo-choo date. Lyon and Silver had the choo-choo date. And yeah.
Lyon asked her if she would marry him now that she's had a few more drinks. Her answer was still no. At this point, Silver was extremely drunk. He was also drunk. And then she challenged him to finish the bottle. And then she attempted to make him magically drunk. And she failed. And then the night progressed and they started talking more, but they couldn't really remember much of what happened. I'm not reading any of those details on stream.
Kept talking more as dress, strength, time. Basically. Yabe.
Basically.
There's a lot of yabe.
And then that's when they went to find the next chaos device.
Yeah, after such a thing.
Yeah.
They found. That's when he finds the Karameta. And that's where we found out about Dorothy Gale. They were coming back.
Yeah.
Died.
So we found out what happened to Dorothy, and technically what happened to the rest of the giants. And then they went to another place to check for this chaos device. And they found corrupted creatures. And then Silver teleported them out of there back to the ramen shop, so they had ramen. And then that's when he offhandedly asked Silver to marry him, and she said yes, and he almost choked his ramen.
Yep.
And then they stayed another couple drunken nights at Choo Choo. We skip past that. But, what was a great morning, a bad night? He checked on Allie, and then oh, it's just like reminiscing on like his family, I think.
Yeah. This was when like we were so expecting him to have like it would to be an unwholesome like session, but no, it turned out to be him just washing her hair, talking about his family, and then nothing really massive happened. It was just that. After getting umbrellas for the NQRA for 200, jeez.
Expensive umbrellas.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the thing. The two of them started trying to watch stuff on TV, and then that's when they found out that they hate Hypercity TVs.
Yeah.
Because all they kept finding was very nasty stuff on TV.
Yep. Enough with their needs. Jokingly said that the two should make materials for the people who made the animations.
Time when we had Red in the room next door of the hotel. I've been here for 2 hours. That thing?
No, not yet.
I thought that was this one.
I think no, that was something else. That was farther into the future.
God damn. And that's when he reviewed. He got a chance to see into Amelia's like.
Yeah. Found out that if he wasn't like train his body better, he definitely would have been crazy. He learned about blood magic, the blood creatures,
and it's Mark being invited to the wedding. Chaos magic.
Sword Fox story.
That was one of the Nightmare campaigns. Remember Ernie?
Oh right, yeah.
Crimson Waters was another Dream campaign.
Yep.
Once Upon a Tavern, that's another one.
What was this one?
The Nazgul was one of the other players.
It was Edry. Nazgul attempted to lick Lyon.
Yes.
He managed to dodge that and afterwards asked to sniff Lyon.
Yes, it was a very, like...
Leon
wasn't always serious, these sessions.
Leon accepted and immediately regretted it as Nazgul forcefully takes Leon's shirt off and sniffed him.
My fucking god. And then you learned a little bit about Mother Nox and Porches. About,
Leon found a door with markings. Inside he heard purring, a soft red glow, and a black spot darker than even a god's eyeliner running down their cheeks as they cried.
What the fuck? Yeah, so when we got to the later part of the season, it was a lot of
lighthearted stuff.
Muck around lighthearted stuff, because at that point we were waiting for everyone to be able to join a session, but everyone was being pulled away. So we're like, when are we finishing this? Who's going to take initiative and finally like finish up this campaign? And yeah, so it was a lot of mucking around and wasting time.
Yeah. So
it got very unserious by the end of it.
But yeah, because at that point I took journal keeping at the proper journal keeping place in the server, and that's where the rest of things went. But that was like proper journal keeping, so there wasn't stuff to it.
Oh no, there wasn't even that much after it.
Yeah,
there's the Big City Ruins, the Crimson Waters, information about the Stone Fairy, because there's a whole quest about that, and then Talus's quest to find a normal elf, and that was with Hiroshi.
Yep.
And then the final mission we had, Talus went to go and save Beely, who was being experimented on by Sinwell. And then we had the final mission being Zilva's mission, which was distract the Elven Council and get Beely to be a Blood Elven Lord as part of the council and give Zilver as much time to assassinate her father while Rika gets to save her mother. And that was the end of the season, was that final thing.
Final thing, yeah. There's a few sessions after that, but that was just like...
Yeah, but that was like the end of it, like properly the end of it. So it was like lots of stuff we didn't write down as well. Like the meeting with Jalia, that was all like unnoted.
No, was it? Because to be honest, we were just, at that point we were just enjoying ourselves.
We were just wasting time. We were just mucking around, just enjoying the stories and having fun.
Yeah.
And building the system. Because by the end of it, I had the vampire race added. I had more of the gods put in place as to what exactly they were and why people followed them and that kind of stuff. I didn't even have a proper layout for my entire like system in
You didn't happen to have
Discord.
a map.
I did, but I didn't have a digital map.
No, you didn't have a map that can be used.
Yeah. I didn't have party specializations either.
The fact that you could walk from one country to another in a few hours didn't make sense.
Yeah, no, because they were states originally until I was like, wait, no, technically this is a lot bigger than that. And then I ended up measuring like, oh, this is actually a country, not a state. And then on top of that, I was like, each one of these is actually like, you know, a week's travel by cart. It even brought in the transport system that I didn't have at the time. It brought in technology. Like, it was pre-existing, but it didn't make sense. It hadn't been, like, thought out properly. I didn't have particular types of classes. I just had classes. Nymph was brought in because of that after as well. So Vampire, Nymph, half Celestial and Kanum came after as well.
Yeah.
Kanum basically came into play because of Lyon, because he got with Nefertari. She managed to make a deal so that her kind could then walk on the overworld again.
And then the Death Isle became the Evergreen Isle.
Yep, so restoring the Evergreen Isles.
Yep.
Thanks to Ellie and Dorothy doing a giant ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And basically watching the entire area be changed back to what it used to be.
Yep.
And then we had, like, even, like, Old Dust became much more established. Saloon became much more established of a town.
Then...
We even had the Corchus Kingdom Corchus. They killed the queen.
Where we assassinated the queen.
Yeah, and made the prince, like,
No, he was a king, but
he was a king, but let's be honest, he was really a prince.
Yeah, he was the king being used by his mother to be... because she wanted to be the ruler, but it wasn't accepted. So she just used her poor son that, clearly loves her a lot, but, and the group found that, and they're like, oh yeah, on their birthday, the mother died of a laughing fit, is what was said.
Yeah, she laughed too hard and had a heart attack, is what it looked like, and that's what they told everyone. Meanwhile, the king was getting it on with this girl that they'd sent in her direction as well, who was basically threatened by what she believed to be a god.
To find the man with the blue scarf.
And that she will be married off to a king. And if she didn't marry him, then she would be haunted for the rest of her life. And she was like, I'm good. And
yeah, we traumatized the lady.
Yeah. We completed a lot of dream campaigns as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was, like, so much of that was never documented, because, let's be honest, like...
Lyon found the griffins, too.
Yeah, there was a whole griffin story as well.
Would you like a puppy? Would you like a griffin? Same thing.
We have a lot of quotes from that time, but that's probably the only thing that's, like, really recorded from it.
Yeah.
Because at some point, you really stopped caring and just started enjoying.
Yeah. Because at that point, it was just like, we're waiting for the main story to progress, so we might as well enjoy it.
And by the way, this was like over a year we were waiting for people to be free to go and try and join and finish the season. And this is half the reason why. So Lyon was the main reason why we weren't able to, like, nowadays I don't allow people to just progress the story by themselves. Because of all the progress that Lyon did, it really put, like, a dent in, like, the yeah, not like it was on purpose or anything. It was just they were like, oh, he's so much more powerful than us. He's got all this extra equipment because he's going on all these quests and interacting with all these people. But
then I had an argument of, well, you guys just never showed up.
yeah, and so we seem to finding ourselves in this situation where it's the same person or same couple people, mainly just, Greta and you, that are free for sessions once again. In the past, Greta wasn't able to make an ending session, so it was literally just her. And we try to avoid continuing sessions, but it's painful to have to cancel sessions every week when there's only one person. So, at some point you've got to make the executive decision, like we did with Leon, and just go, we're going to continue, but it's going to be off the books, right? If time passes, it's not crazy amount of time passes. It's off the books, it's not recorded, it's not impacting the main story, it's not progressing the main story, maybe progressing their personal story, but it's not affecting the party's main story. But the problem is that happened so much as Leon that it ended up becoming a part of the main story because he happened to fucking get with the main person in the story, Zilva.
But yeah, no, at that point, we tried. We even waited for a long period of time. That's why the note keeping got really unserious really quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a good place to call it.
No, the only thing I think of continuing is going down Ikaria, because
just talking about the different characters.
Yeah, Ikaria and Layla are the only two we really have left to talk about. Because Ikaria was she was the stress tester, really. Like, Leon was the put everything in place to make sure it works. Then Ikaria was fixing the combat system. Fixing the weapons, fixing the armor, fixing the skills, the stats, the way it all works.
And the bosses even.
Yeah, chaos bosses, making sure everything is balanced. Because she was basically meant to be just an assassin that is just to test out all the combat, test out types of monsters.
Yeah, but then her story got interesting really quick.
It did, but why does she act like this every time this happens? And oh wait, really? She has this? She's supposed to be an amnesiac that remembers nothing of her past.
She was an amnesiac that remembered nothing of the past.
Yes,
and the reasoning behind it was this and that. Why she has these robotic arms and the robotic eye. And at one point she died for Ellie, protecting Ellie.
Yeah.
And then managed to get basically revived as a vampire.
By Doc, and then that brought Doc, an amazing NPC that you guys met if you tuned in on Fridays, right? You would have met Doc. It's part of the.
I know some of you guys definitely enjoyed him.
Definitely.
He's a really good. And funnily enough, Doc and Ikaria just work too well.
They literally are like father and daughter.
Father and daughter, the both of them. And we find out that Doc has a really bad habit of gathering all the assassins.
Yes, and in Ikari's story, Doc went on an adventure with her. She found Jay at some point because she managed to give Jay gay panic.
Yeah, no, she made a girl panic about herself because
Ikari is very boyish.
She's basically a bro. Ikari is a bro. But the problem was she dressed like a boy because that's all the clothing they could find for her. And she goes and has the great idea of tying her hair up and putting it under her hat.
That it doesn't get in the way. It makes sense.
Yeah. So now, and at that point of time, just say I'm a girl, by the way. And immediately one of the girls oh, I'm not.
Well, I'm out, and stepped off. And then Jay was like, wait, I'm
still
still feeling interested.
Wait, hold on, I'm still interested. Wait. And so she had her first gay panic.
Yeah, and it only continued and got worse.
Yep. She is still in denial.
She's still very in denial. There's a lot for Ikaria, but she's still in denial.
They're even gone off into a really deep relationship, and she's still in denial of the fact that she is gay. Doesn't help that Ikaria acts so much like a boy either.
Yeah, but so Doc has a wife as well, Mitzi, and they ended up basically, Doc managed to get another daughter, which is basically like Ikari's sister because they got trained together.
Yep.
But on top of that, Ikaria and Jay are sent to save a girl called Sarah, and who was being turned into a blood elf.
And Ikaria managed to complete said equation and make her a blood elf.
She fixed the equation to save her life, but it turned her into a blood elf.
Yep.
And while that was happening, they eventually ended up running into it's somewhere in the basement.
A
demon summoning circle, which summoned someone called Zera, he's like technically a half demon, but he's been trapped in the underworld for long enough that his demon side took over in order to save him. Yep. And then he got summoned to the overworld, and now he's like, shit, I'm back. What year is it? What the fuck happened? Where am I?
Yeah, and so what happened is Doc and Ikaria decide to adopt him.
Yeah, him and Sarah. So yep. Zera, Sarah, Mitzi.
And Sonia.
Sonia.
And then partway through we find out that, you know...
Oh, by the way, like, this is Jay.
You got the wrong screen.
Oh, shit. This is Jay.
She had the gay panic for Ikaria.
Yep. This is Sarah. And the personality matches that, trust me. Yep.
Then Sonia.
Sonia is like so tiny.
You never could find the right picture.
There you go. There's Sonia. And then Zera. Yeah.
And then partway through we find out Zera has like, you know,
he actually got killed and sent to the underworld because he fell in love with a siren.
And
so it was a mermaid at the time.
Yeah, a mermaid at the time and then a siren.
But he was so down bad that he refused to think that she killed him on purpose.
Yeah. So Ikaria went to town.
The whole family, let's be honest.
Yeah. So Ikaria found, even Mitzi. Mitzi was Ikaria's instructor.
Yeah.
Her teacher in the thing.
Yep.
And introduced her to Doc and they went at it at the roof. I fucking god.
Yeah. This is Doc for those that don't remember. I know it's a small photo, I'm not bringing it up any bigger right now. Yeah, and then they managed to get Zera fall in love. Like, he found the girl that he was looking for.
He was still in love, and then we managed to make her... Ikaria, in the stupidest way, solved the crisis that sirens made in the world.
The sirens had in the world.
Yeah. And it was so stupid. It made no sense if you listen to it. Because, like, it made no sense if you just listen to it on its own. But when you get under the theory of it, she was right. Ikaria had so many moments of this where it's like, she is so stupid, she's a genius.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
She even made the wire blade work somehow.
I don't even have a picture of, like, Zera's girl.
Accidentally.
I think it's Serena. I think it is.
Serena, yeah.
Yeah, and she was a mermaid, but then she managed to basically get enough power and evolve into a siren. So if she talks, that anyone could be compelled to force themselves upon her or give themselves willingly for her consumption. And then, yeah. Fucking Ikaria goes, oh, why don't you just, like, because sirens feed off that moment of energy that is released when a person is just about to die. It's like a sudden burst of like, wait, I want to live kind of situation. That fear, that intense feeling, that's so strong, and then the sirens feed off that, and that's why they drown people. It's because that they feed off that panic. Ikaria, why don't you just sleep with people and just feed off the energy that releases when they get
not sleep with people. No, she goes, why don't you go like consume, like it just needs to be an extreme feeling, right?
Emotion.
Yeah. So why don't you just like eat whatever's currently happening in this hotel. She goes, what? Yeah, there's definitely people going like at it right now in the hotel. Feed off of that. And she did. And Hikari goes, see, fixed. And she's sitting there, this poor siren who goes like, we've been dealing with this for ever. And this girl just showed us that, wait, we're not feeding on life.
We don't have to kill in order to feed.
We just need extreme emotions. And she fixed it. She did it. She fixed the problems of the sirens and the mermaids.
This is the stupidity that is Ikaria sessions. I'm not gonna lie. And then the only other person we have to talk about is Layla, who is with Talia, who is a master craftsman.
She's a master craftsman. She's a master gunsmith.
Yeah.
Who has a really bad habit and a very bad personality.
She's extremely sadistic.
Extremely so. But the problem with Talia, the problem is Talia is extremely masochistic.
Yeah.
It worked too well.
It was too bad of a combination. It was an accidental combination. Layla enjoyed her time with
Talia.
I feel like my next door neighbor
Just got a puppy, like brought it home.
Yeah, like the puppy.
It's cute.
Oh, little faultless there. Yeah. It was like a kind of situation where Layla met Talia, teased her, enjoyed the reactions a little too much.
And continued the teasing and reacting.
And then they kind of just ended up sort of moving in together because Layla didn't have anywhere else to go. And Talia's like, well, my family's rich, so here's my apartment. And yeah.
And Talia liked it too much.
She doesn't admit that she likes it, but she does.
She does. No. Yeah, and the entire reason why Layla was made was because we were like, okay, how does crafting work?
Yeah, it basically was stress testing the crafting element of the NQRA. And because of that, we've managed to find out why hypertech exists, how hypertech exists, how guns work, fixing guns in the system, fixing magic weapons, technically.
Yep.
And also summoners, summoning classes. Because that was another thing, is because I never really, no one played certain classes, so I needed people to play classes in order for me to fix things. Otherwise, I couldn't really fix them. And there's other characters that we'd started and never quite finished, which one day, hopefully, we go back to when we finish up.
Because some of them have become backup characters for season 3, basically.
Yeah, or if anything happens to any of your characters, so... Yeah.
One of them being, Lillian.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about them, because they might come out in the future.
But yeah, no, she was made to stress test making mechs.
Yeah, we never really finished the mech making side of things.
We did, to a degree that seems okay for now.
Yeah.
So, she's been left
And
there.
then we have Fei Long, which was the stress testing of the martial arts.
Like her trying to understand martial arts and stuff. She still has a bit of a problem with it, but I think that's a matter of just exposure rather than anything. So we should probably get you into like martial arts, like anime. Who knows?
I don't know if anime is the way I learn.
Who knows? Maybe you will. Or maybe you should start reading all the manhwas I have. Who knows?
Maybe, who knows? I don't know if I can. But, yeah. So that's basically a large, like... I don't think there's any other questions. Let me double check.
Even Kyo is made because we wanted to see how cooking would affect the world.
Yeah.
Because cooking
was
stuff
a big thing that we were... Cooking, brewing, all of that kind of craft, that type of crafting we hadn't really dived into much either. So we still, and look, even now we have better ways of going about fixing certain parts of the system. Like even recently with Kiara, right?
Yep.
If all goes well with Kiara, enchanting will become a proper class. It's about testing things to make sure they're not overpowered or underpowered, that they're nice and sort of balanced before they get released for players to then play them. That kind of an idea. So, but yeah, what say you, since all of the changes in NQRA?
I personally quite enjoy the fact that it is changed to the degree that it has. makes it a lot more like, to me it gives more creative freedom for you to do stuff, because now you know what exactly,
I know where the limits are of certain
yeah,
things, and like, all
what's
right,
the
I can
limit,
work
what's,
this to make that. Yeah.
yeah, what works and what doesn't, what seems feasible,
Mm.
those kinds of,
But then again, I started doing that in your system now too.
yeah,
I've started playing the classes that no one really plays in your system so that I can try them out. So you get a sense of, all right, this is overpowered if they do this and that. Like, I don't make things overpowered on purpose. I just look at Alentia, right? No one really played an animal tamer.
no one tried.
And then Alentia went through and I was like, they were like, oh my god, you're so overpowered. I'm like, I haven't even done anything. I'm just collecting animals.
Yeah,
I'm being
she's
a
just
Pokemon
doing what
trainer.
her. But then again, that also makes sense, because, like, yeah, I made it so that if you do what your class is good at, you're gonna be good at it. You're gonna be good at that class
Yeah.
and what they do.
Yeah, I guess like the big baseline of this like whole entire stream and talking about all of this is just going to show that you need to help each other. Like, DMs should help each other, especially in custom TRPG systems, right? You've got to work with other DMs. Go, all right, I do it like this.
Yeah, not just the other DMs, even with the players.
Yeah, like I say like mainly other DMs because it's hard sometimes for players to understand it from a DM perspective if they've never DM.
But on the other hand, it's also good to like have players that are willing to try something and work together with, instead of expecting to be rewarded for everything that they do. Kind of situation.
Yeah. Like, I'll be honest, like, a lot of times I used to having sessions go for about 4 to 7 hours. We haven't done that in a very long time because a lot of the time we can't.
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad because 3-hour sessions feel like we barely even scratch the surface.
And that's even if we do like that 3 hours full, no sidetracking or anything.
And I feel like we have to do a sort of certain amount of sidetracking to make sure people stay awake.
Yeah.
And that people stay attentive.
Unfortunately, yes.
But it's sad that we have to do that, but we don't really have much of an option. Because I know when we go for like 5 hours or something like that, right? 5 hours used to be the average. What would end up happening is people would go on games, people would go on their phone, people would just not be a part of it. And not sort of be actively like playing a role in things. Which is annoying, but like it is what it is. Not much can really be done about that. It's got to sort of happen in any kind of regard. You good there? Can I even listen to this on stream?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, I'm still very grateful for all the help you given to help me build my system. I'm still
Works both. Been able to fix up like Giwabi itself. So again, this also shows that if your player is like, if you are invested in your character and what they do, you can achieve many things. But that's the thing, you need to show investment and are willing to work with your DM. Because like one of the best endings for Leon I had before this was that he died. Like he had to die for the party. Again, doesn't seem like the best ending you could have, but like it worked out because the DM and I, we worked something out and we parted ways with like no bad feelings. That's what you want to do. You want to end something without bad feelings. Good season? But yeah, I think that's a good time to end this session, this stream.
definitely.
It is getting late. It's like almost 5 p.m.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking probably getting some dinner soon, considering kind of skip lunch.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, thank you everyone so much for tuning in, listening in. I hope you have enjoyed. Thank you for joining for this little Q&A podcast thing.
Thank you for having me.
Hopefully it was entertaining enough to listen to. It definitely was really nice to sort of go back and recap. It's a shame I thought our notes were a little bit more in depth in certain areas.
But
And
know.
like, I would have been nice to go through and go, okay, so I ended up changing this because of this and this and this and this, but I just don't have the notes for it, number one, and I don't really remember.
It's hard to remember the old system though, isn't
It
it?
is, like, genuinely. Like,
But that also just shows how much the old system didn't really have a system.
it had no sort of rules or regulations
No,
or,
not at all.
like, now I have a complete system of how the magic tier system works and how different types of magic came into existence and the history of each things and all of that kind of stuff, how it all interlinks, and it's really interesting. And I'm still adding on to it. Every session, every campaign, everything, I'm still adding more and more each time. It's not something that will ever be complete. And I kind of don't want it to ever be complete, because if it's complete, that means I am no longer having the joy of finding out stuff about my system. That would just be the way I see it. But, yeah.
No, I think it's a good time to end that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, everyone, please take care of yourselves, and I will see you on Tuesday, for some crafty Tuesday, some morning stream. We'll probably do some art, or might play a crafty game or something. We'll see. We'll see. But yes, thank you all so much for tuning in. And yeah, if you want to hear more about the stories of NQRA and what the players are up to, feel free to come and join us on Fridays. We probably would be starting about 3 hours from now. No, 2 hours from now. If we were doing session on a Friday. Just for a bit of a thing. And look, if you want to stay updated, come and join the Discord. You can ask questions in there. You can come talk to everyone else. I do chat sessions. I try to do them on Tuesday mornings, but I haven't had enough people in chat to be able to pull it off yet. Which makes it interesting and difficult. I don't want it to turn into a solo session with me DMing me. It's a bit weird. But yeah. So feel free to come join the Discord if you want to stay updated or want to keep chatting about this stuff. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next stream, hopefully. Normally I would probably go to raid someone if I'm streaming on a Saturday, but think the only real option is very, very big streamers that I don't really want to raid anyway. So hope you'll have a good rest of the night, and we'll catch you all next time. Take care, everyone. Thank you again for listening in.